English, Spanish, and all. But for Indian languages, there is no such tool that can handle the intricacies of Indian languages, or even any other languages which are not Latin based. So we are to exclude some short matches as well. As I already said, software design will be extended to other languages as well. So these are the some use cases where this can come in handy. Student reports, assignments, research here today as well. Doctoral theses, magazine articles, news contents. Okay, these were the challenges that were identified during the development of the system. Like Hindi and Punjabi fonts are very much different. If I have two Hindi fonts, there is a high chance that they are not even a single word matching in between them. Then we don't have Punjabi and Hindi literature in online documents. There is very much lack of these kind of things. In Wikipedia, if you see, there are lakhs of articles in English document, but in Punjabi, we were able to find thousands only. So the selection of suitable discriminators that reflect pluralism and no co-identical similarity. Like I already discussed, there can be a chance that some my way of writing can be similar to yours. It's not like that I have copied your work. It can be a coincidence as well. So efficient Punjabi and Hindi stammers and lemmatizers are not available. So we had to develop one from scratch as well for this project. And there are ambiguities in languages, like some words can have multiple meanings. So these were some detection tools that were relevant at that time. Few more have come after that, but still this is the general scenario. Like they are either not good enough. If they are good, they are very pricey. So we wanted to tackle all these things. Like we can have a better model, we can have a better payment structure or something, whatever, to help the researchers get what they need. So I'll be showing you some sample reports from Turnitin, Urkund, even Drillbit as well. Here it was a Unicode format document. It has found 72% of plagiarism. And if you just see on the screen, like it is very much not the way it was intended to be viewed. The matras in Hindi are separated from the words. If you are reading as a human, it's not making any sense. Then in Urkund, this is the result of a document that was not in Unicode format, and it was just not able to read any of it. Then in Unicode format, it read the document, but it was not able to find anything related to it, because what they do is they just match the strings for these unknown languages. So this was again a non-Unicode format thesis, and it's looking like a gibberish, but it has detected the same string matching algorithm is used to detect that yes, there is a plagiarism in this. And I think it was saying 9%, but it was 100% copied from that document. So these are some examples where Urkund failed and our system had shown some results. And it was the case in mostly all of the documents we have given to it, albeit maybe one or two were not there. But still we had better results for the Punjabi and Hindi documents, because it was only trained for these two languages. So this was taken from internet. This was a paraphrase that it was able to detect. Then it was mixed of thesis, some internet, some paraphrasing and all. This was non-Unicode that was not even visible on the Urkund. Some of these screenshots look old because Urkund was relevant at that time. As you can see here, the non-Unicode is showing gibberish. This is the same report that we are having 100% over here. Some of the documents it was not able to detect as well. If you can see, the fourth one and the fifth one is not even detected, because what we did, we scanned the image, we put it in the system. But Urkund cannot extract the text out of it because it's an image. So we have also implemented that in our software. Even the images that were scanned also gets detected through a OCR method. Okay, the scanned images system, we also tried with the drill bit. Then the drill bit also wasn't able to detect anything from that. From internet, it was able to detect that the document is 90% similar, that should have been 100% because it was just copied, pasted. So these were the stages that we encountered throughout the process. We made our own repositories of documents for Punjabi and Hindi. Then we pre-process every document to be able to index it and use it for detection of plagiarism. Then we you made document preparation algorithms to automate this process. Then we had document comparison algorithms that actually check the plagiarism and give you the result back, like how much of this is copied and which line is copied from where and everything. Then the evaluation was there. Then we deployed the system. So it was a project under Ministry of Information Technology. So it ran till 2019. So this is the general architecture. There's a lot more to it, but for general understanding, we can see like on the left side, we have all the resources and the internet, the online documents which are available, the systemic rules for each language that we are uh, implementing, then the query documents, the documents that we submit to process. Then in the center, all the features there are language independent, and on the right, the list of things that we required for a particular language to work on the system. So Unicode conversion, stop word removal, stemming and lemmatization, all part of a pre-processing process that gets the text ready for checking. Then document preparation is there, like we replace the synonyms for paraphrasing, check. Then PS tagging is there, like these are the names that we don't have to change, or these are the things that we can change. Then we are indexing the documents. Then we are building the n-grams, calculating n-gram frequency, compare them and calculate similarity score using multiple algorithms, like there's the Jaccard algorithm as well, there's the cosine similarity algorithm, then there's the consensus of these algorithms that are able, that conveys like, yes, this is indeed plagiarized content, and you can mark it as plagiarized. So the language dependent section is like character mappings. As I already said, that there are multiple fonts available that we can implement in the system. So what we did is we had a character map for every Hindi and Punjabi font that we could find. It was around 120 or 30 fonts that we have implemented in the system. Then there were stop words, Punjabi stop words, Hindi stop words that we need to exclude from the test. Then named entities that we cannot change in any context during the process. Then unigrams are like words that are kind of like a dictionary, act as a dictionary to say, tell us that yeah, the stemming and lemmatization are working as intended. Then we have also included the WordNet format. The WordNet is a standardized format all over the world that it provides us with synonyms, we provide us with the words itself and the relation in between. Then we had annotated corpora. We took around 3,000 to 3,500 books for Punjabi, 6,000 theses from Hindi, and then in Punjabi as well there were 5 to 600 theses that we have implemented as a proof of concept. So the document repository is where everything gets stored related to all the books, theses, and all I was discussing. So we have used some open source tools as well. Tesseract was used for OCR. As I discussed that there's a part of OCR as well for scanned images. Then Apache Solar, it's kind of Elasticsearch in nowadays because it's a competitive product of Elasticsearch. So it works like that as well. Then the system was developed in Bootstrap, PHP. Then we had web crawlers that were actively running all the time, gathering information from the internet. Then we had Google APIs as well. So whenever we submit a document, we also detect the prominent keywords from that document, and we search Google with those keywords, and whatever the results are returned, we also include that in our check. So we also used OCR for digitization as well. So there were some physical books, physical journals that we had on premises. So there was a person involved, like its whole work for the day was to scan all the books that we are giving and make a repository out of it. So as I was saying that there is not much text available for Hindi and Punjabi. Even Hindi, some text is available because it's a national language, but for Punjabi, it's being a regional language, we were having very much difficulty finding anything useful. So what we did is there's a Punjabi Sahitya Academy in Ludhiana. So we used to visit there and take the physical documents out of their shelf and click the photos of all the documents. So we used almost 1 lakh pictures of around 300 documents that we managed to click from there, and we came back, we fixed the pictures in the format that we wanted, then we have OCR the images. So it was a tedious process to build the repository for this as well. So these theses also dated back to around 1950, 1960. So there were no computers at that time, so there were typewritten documents. Even handwritten documents were there. So we were not able to get that much out of it, but afterwards there were some projects that were focused on getting data from those documents as well. So these were the kind of images that we collected from there. Okay, this is the example of Google crawler that we had implemented in the system. The keywords that were automatically found with the document was automatically fed to the system. This is just a debug view to show how the results are given back. So as we already discussed, font conversion for repository documents, font conversion for query documents. Repository documents are those documents that we have in our repository that we can say that this is the original document we have copying somewhere. Query documents are those documents that we are giving it as a job to find plagiarism for. Then there are different Unicoding encoding. All the documents were converted to Unicode. Then the character mapping was there. So we did this for Punjabi and Hindi only for now. So this is the debug views of those processes. So normally what happens is everything is automated from start to end. but at some point some module may stop working. So we had debug view for all these documents to just get the problematic area. As you can see here, it's Punjabi ASCII to Unicode, it's Hindi ASCII to Unicode. There's the font selector here, so you can put text in any font, and you can select the font that you have used, and it will detect it. It will convert it to the Unicode format. So the stop word removals, we developed a dictionary for stop words ourselves as well for these two languages. Some of the words were available for Hindi, but for Punjabi we had a help of a Punjabi linguist who was doing his PhD in Punjabi at that time. So this is the way it works, removing stop words. On the top, it's a debug view, obviously. On the top there is a paragraph, and on the bottom, all the stop words are removed from those paragraphs. Then stemming and lemmatization, we already discussed. But stemming is like we take a word, working, for example, working. We can remove the ing, it's work. Work makes working. So we are stemming it to the root word. Like, maybe if you can see or not, we gave it a document, then the result that we have received, there are different things that are in this result. If you see the brown color are named entities. In pink, we have successfully stemmed them. In orange, we have stemmed them, but we are not sure of those words. So we are checking both ways, like the actual word as well and the stemmed word as well. So then for synonym replacements, we use WordNet as discussed. So document indexing, this section is divided into two parts. One is the internet-based indexing, the other is the repository indexing. Repository indexing consists of those things that, like I showed you, we click the photos, we had many documents given from Shotganga as well. These documents were indexed in a different core. Then there were web crawlers that were running all the time. Those crawlers gather data from internet and submit in a different core. So these were some keyword detection techniques that we would use to detect the most prominent keywords from a particular given text that we further use to search different search engines. These were some examples of Apache Scholar that contains the text that was indexed. These were the debug view for searching in that particular index. Then for document comparison, we had n-grams, we had vector-based approaches. This is the debug view of the n-grams that was being generated by the system. This is the view of the job section that is visible to all users of the system, and you can just put the document there, and when it's finished, it will show you the result, and then when you click on the result, it will show you the full report of that, like this. So on the left you have the original document, on the right you have the area which it has been copied from. Then these are some screenshots, like when you sign up, when you log in, you get the email verification and everything. Then this is the manager section, like if we have been in collaboration with the university, we give them a manager's ID, then they can create their own users within the university, which will be local to their system. So a manager can add a user, we can block a user, etc. So on the left you have the job section, on the right you have the way you can add a job. So these are some screenshots. Okay, you can see there's a purple bar here. So on this slide, this is index from a repository that we had internally. On this slide, you can see this text has been taken from internet. So this is the way to denote that what we had is from internet or from internal. So we already discussed that we have used Google Search API for that. At that time, it is open to implementation for any other search engine as well. These are some testing of web crawlers. So there is a product called Apache Nudge. It's an open source crawler that we tried to use, but it was not working as intended because it also had a nuance of these Indian languages. So we built our own version, and it was just intended to do one thing only. So we didn't have any overhead for that. So when you copy a text from an internet resource, an HTML, so there are many things that are in that document which are not needed. We just need the actual text. So we implemented a just tag algorithm to extract the text out of that and keep only the relevant text that we needed. Then we have developed a Show Ganga downloader that we used for Hindi documents mostly to download all the theses from Show Ganga. So there is a format like there are 10 to 15 files per thesis. Then we download those files automatically. Then we convert them to a single file. Then we use our pre-processing techniques and then upload it to our repository. Then we had an OCR corrector as well. Like as we know, OCR is not 100% sure that it will be a correct representation of a word. Like it can read a word a little bit different. So we made sure to post-process this after the OCR has been done. We take the text, we run it through this system, and 90 to 95% of the things gets corrected out in this system. So how we implemented this is like we had a frequency-based finding, like this word is in the system, and there was a person sitting at that time, and he used to input the correct word for that particular wrong word. If it's already correct, it will mark it as correct. If it's not correct, it will put the actual word there and mark it as like change it to this. So whenever the document comes through this corrector, it will change all the things according to the rules we have already set. So this software is also under copyright. These are some information on that. So Punjab Digital Library, shout out to them as well. They have given us some documents as well for the Punjabi language. Then we also visited our own library. We have also digitized those theses in the as shown previously in the same manner. So at the time this result was done, this project was over. These were the counts that we had. So this was all for the project. So now I can explain how I come inside it. So we recently signed a MOU with Punjab University Patiala, and we are taking this proof of concept and converting it into a commercial product. And once that is done, that will be like a little bit something similar to that, but hopefully provide better results. Uh, that's all from my side. If we have time, we can have some questions maybe.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your insightful and engaging session. And the session is open for question and answers for 5 minutes. If you have any, you can ask.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, my name is Suranjit. Sir, this software is working like a turnkey?
Yes, we primarily based it on Urkund. Even the look and feel you see in the UI as well, it was like Urkund. And we had even 3 different universities test it out. At that time, it was working as expected. The only feedback we got was that documents are very less. That is an understandable feedback. But now this project was unmanaged from 2019, it's 2025 now. So maybe it worked, it's not, we have to see. So we are making a new version of it, kind of.
सर जैसे मैं रिसर्च स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ अभी उसके लिए मुझे डाटाबेसेस चाहिए अगर हम पंजाबी लैंग्वेज की बात करें तो उसके लिए डाटा सेट्स हमें कहाँ से अवेलेबल हो सकता है जो
So देखो डाटा सेट्स हमने मोस्टली कई जगहों पे हमने खुद अपने ही बनाए हैं.
जी
So
सर
these are also open, like you can, we can meet after this, you can tell us what you need, we can maybe help it out. और यहाँ पे कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस तरह की हैं भी जो सिर्फ इसी पे काम कर रही हैं, नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. एंड इवन पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी पटियाला itself has a cell under डॉक्टर लहल जो पंजाबी लैंग्वेज पे काफ़ी काम कर रहा है. So these are not available online openly, but these are the data sets that you can get.
यस जैसे कि हमें इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज के लिए तो 35 जो है वो ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है उनके उनके बेसिस पे हम कर सकते हैं और भी कहीं से बट पंजाबी और हिंदी के लिए जो है काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम आती है ना इससे
Even Hindi के लिए TDIL consortium is there that has developed many things. Even the word net was taken from them. और पंजाबी के लिए पंजाबी यूनिवर्सिटी के कई अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं. तो हमारा इसलिए टारगेट भी यही था कि हम पंजाबी यूनिवर्सिटी से काम कर रहे हैं तो पंजाबी लैंग्वेज के लिए कुछ डाटा हमें वहाँ से मिल जाएगा, तो हमें उसकी उम्मीद थी. that's why we started with this language as well, or else it would have been only Hindi.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. I'm Matthew. Regarding this question is regarding OCR, sir. OCR, how many characters it is not recognized? How you worked out with the post processing? Just know information about it.
Any other questions?
Just a question is asked. Did you hear it? Am I audible, sir? Can I? Yeah. Someone please from technical department, please unmute.
I think that's all from my
Ex-
side.
ex- Excuse me, sir. Am I audible?
Thank you for having me. I wish you all the best.
Please unmute.
No, it's not.
ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಬಲ್ ಇದೆ.
It's okay. We can take the questions and we can directly send to Dr. Ritesh.
Okay, I think session is over. Whoever has any questions, you can write and send it to him. He can answer afterwards. So for now, we will take a short break.
So now we will take a short break for tea, and I kindly request everyone to reconvene in the hall within 15 minutes so that we can do the commencement of the next session for the panel session. Thank you.
Hello.
The Central Institute of Indian Languages is a premier institution that promotes linguistic diversity and multilingualism nationwide. It plays a crucial role in preserving, documenting, and developing Indian languages. The Linguistic Data Consortium for Indian Languages, a specialized division within CIIL, started in 2007 under the Ministry of Education to create extensive databases for Indian languages.
Linguistic data is the key to language development and promotion. The Linguistic Data Consortium of Indian Languages, that is LDCIL, scheme of CIIL, is a powerhouse of various types of linguistic data in all Indian languages and has contributed towards the promotion of several Indian languages. The data created by LDCIL is authentic and best in quality and has been used by many researchers, academicians, startups, PSUs, and industry leaders. The data provided by LDCIL will certainly help in achieving the goals of mother tongue education in Indian languages and also help in developing AI and NLP tools in Indian languages.
We primarily focus on developing and managing language resources like corpora, lexicons, and language technology tools. We support linguistic research and technological advancements in the country's diverse language landscape.
So, LDCIL has been at the forefront of developing new data sets in all the Indian languages. Since we started in 2019, we have released so many data sets, and the data portal is now getting very busy. We are getting so many people registering on the portal every day, and we see that there is a lot of interest coming up. All the new engineering students, people getting into artificial intelligence, people trying to get into some kind of a research into languages. All of these people see a very great merit in the kind of data sets for the Indian language that we have developed so far. And the best thing about it is that we are not restricting ourselves now only on the raw speech and the raw text data set. We have given also sentence level annotated data set. This year we are also coming up with the text to speech data set in 2 of the Indian languages where there is no TTS data yet available. So in India we always say that we have so many languages, but how do these languages look like? That we do not yet know. So we have started this parallel corpus project with a small size but linguistically very diverse, based on which someone probably can also draw a grammatical sketch of these languages. So we are coming up with more than 140 languages coming up together as a single data set. We are calling it as a mother tongue parallel corpus data set. And that is going to be the big thing. Probably that can be used also with the rest of the data sets that have been procured or maybe being collected across the country. And this is going to be really of great use to us and to the researchers community, language enthusiast community at large. And this we are doing as per the mandate of the NEP 2020, which mandates that we go into the mother tongue education, and these are the building blocks that will help us create good content and good content in all of these languages. That is what we believe here at LDCI.
Our main goal is to support linguistic research and development in Indian linguistics. In 2019, our data distribution portal was launched by the Honorable Vice President Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu. We currently have datasets available and will continue to expand this data portal with new datasets for public use, demonstrating our ongoing commitment to accessibility and transparency.
LDCL has natural language resources used as the raw material for language technology. Corpus building starts with the data collection in the fields, covering various domains. The various domains are aesthetics, commerce, mass media, news, and many more. The computational aspects such as parts of speech tagging, morphological analyzer, chunking, and frequency dictionary are taken care of during this process.
We have emerged as a vital resource for AI and NLP research on Indian languages, aligning with the NEP 2020. The NEP 2020 aims to preserve and promote mother tongues and linguistic diversity.
In tandem with the data-driven approaches of different NLP modules, we have collected speech data for most of the scheduled languages. In the process, we transcribe the audio files of the rigorous steps of eliminating unwanted segments. Finally, we got a transcript evaluated by a third party which leads us to a gold standard speech corpus.
With our linguistic datasets and technology initiatives, we support this mission by fostering research, development, and digital advancement of Indian languages. This helps ensure their relevance in education. Our datasets are accessible to commercial and non-commercial users at an affordable rate, following pricing structures established during the 7th Project Advisory Committee meeting.
LDCIL is the largest human-validated linguistic repository for Indian languages. It plays a critical role in improving the Indian linguistic resources which feeds the language technology. Our team is responsible for design and maintaining the production line of various types of corpora, from data design to data release. It includes data warehousing and maintenance. We also analyze the domain representation of the corpus so that we get a more robust and balanced corpus.
We are steadfastly committed to promoting growth, innovation, and upholding the rich linguistic heritage of India by bridging the gap between language and technology. We invite those passionate about language and technology to join us in enriching India's linguistic diversity.
Hope that you have enjoyed our video session describing the activities going on in LDCIL. So, welcome back once more. We have a panel discussion on the topic of methods of objectives and third-party benchmarking of public use AI tools in Indian languages. Before us, we have 5 distinguished panelists before us, namely Mr. Amitabh Nag from Bashini, Ms. Pragya Misra OpenAI, Mr. Megha Umekar from Google, Dr. Ashish Anand Kulkarni, Ola Krutrim, Dr. Aditya Maheshwari, IIM Indore. But from a reliable source, it is hard that 2 of them are joining us virtually and 3 of them are here with us. So, without a doubt, we can anticipate engaging and thought-provoking discussion among the esteemed panelists. Of that note, it's my pleasure, it's my privilege to warmly invite our distinguished panelists on their respective seats on the dais. So, I request Mr. Megha Umekar, Google, and Dr. Ashish Anand Kulkarni, Ola Kutrim, Dr. Aditya Maheshwari, IIM Indore, to grace this panel sessions on the dais with your presence. Just for the security sake, I just want to know whether Mr. Amitabh Nag from Vashini and Ms. Pragya Misra OpenAI are available now through online. could I see it any positive signal from these two esteemed professors? Could I see our esteemed colleagues in the operator room could confirm it whether they are available, any one of them is available or not?
Could you just check whether Pragya Mishra has joined? Okay, yes. Yeah, Pragya Mishra has joined. Mr. Amitabh Nag from Bhashini, he sent us a message in the morning that he is not well, so he will be skipping the session today. So we will continue with the 4.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan, the convener of this conference. Now, I take this opportunity to present a brief biography of Pragya Mishra. Pragya Mishra is the leader of public policy and partnerships for India at OpenAI. She is also the first representative of OpenAI, the makers of what we know commonly as ChatGPT prior to OpenAI. She was also the director of public affairs at Truecaller, a common mobile application that you all see on phones. She has also the communications managers of WhatsApp Incorporation. Pragya is an alumna of International Management Institute and the London School of Economics. Thank you for your joining with us. And also,
thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And I warmly invite my esteemed anchors, namely Dr. Vijayalakshmi and Mustafiza Tamim Chetanbaji, to give a brief biographies of our distinguished professors on the dais, respectively.
Good morning to everyone. I'm very. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Megha Kumar. Mr. Megha Kumar is a group product manager at Google DeepMind. He primarily focuses on multilingual and multicultural AI product development with the goal of making Google's AI products universally accessible. He works with research teams in India and across the globe to improve model capabilities in global languages with special focus on India and Indic languages. Meg and the team played crucial role in delivering substantial Indic language improvements in the recently announced series of Gemini and Gemma models. Megha is a seasoned product leader with background in engineering and strategy. With his extensive international stints, Meg brings unique global perspective to his product teams. Meg began his professional career as a software engineer, and with increasing scope and responsibility grew to manage global engineering teams delivering impactful results for the client across industries. After graduating with an MBA from Dartmouth College, Meg joined Boston Consulting Group in the US, where he was the core member of the strategy and technology, media, telecom practices. Meg advised leading tech companies across the globe on growth and portfolio strategy. Meg joined Google in 2018 as a product manager in Next Billion Users group with specific focus on emerging markets global south. After leading multiple 0 to 1 product initiatives in the NBU team, Meg joined Google Research DeepMind and relocated to India to help build AI for India from India. I am extremely happy to introduce Mr. Megh. Thank you, Megh. Bye.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Ashish Anand Kulkarni. Mr. Ashish Anand Kulkarni is an AI leader with over 18 years of experience in AI research and development, specializing in large-scale AI systems including large language models, conversational AI, and search engines. He holds a PhD in machine learning from IIT Bombay and has led AI research in global organizations like Amazon and Rakuten. He currently leads the research and development at Qtrim, driving innovations in large language models tailored for India. He is a recognized thought leader with publications in top-tier conferences, has been a speaker at leading technical and research forums. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to introduce Dr. Aditya Maheshwari on this special occasion. Dr. Maheshwari is currently serving as an associate professor at the Operations Management and Quantitative Techniques area at Institute of Management, Indore. His doctoral research interests are theoretical and applied probability. He is currently working on LLM benchmarking and data collection framework for NLP models. His research focuses on evaluating LLM performance, developing scalable benchmarking frameworks, and addressing fairness and bias in AI models. He teaches NLP, machine learning, and AI ethics while mentoring students in model evaluation and data curation, and actively collaborating with industry and academia while contributing to AI conferences and open source initiatives, advancing responsible and efficient LLM assessment methodologies. He is also working on logical framework of IKS and modern mathematics and had a couple of projects related to it funded by IKS division MOE. Thank you.
Thank you, my esteemed colleagues and girls. Now, the moment for showing our respect and love to our distinguished panelists has arrived. So I request Dr. Narayan Chaudhuri to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to Mr. Megh Umekar from Google. And I also request Professor Uma Rani Papuswamy to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to our distinguished Mr. Ashish Anand Kulkarni, Ola Kutin. And I also warmly invite Dr. L.R. Prem Kumar, Officer in Sales, Bharatwani, to graciously present a bouquet and a shawl to distinguished Dr. Aditya Maheshwari, IIM Indore. Thank you. Now I warmly invite Dr. Narayan Chaudhuri, the convener of this conference, to handle the situation. Thank you, sir.
So the the different accents that we have seen is also a task under AI, the 4 different accents that we saw by our anchors of this session, is again another issue that we need to resolve through the AI applications. Anyway, so I welcome all the panelists once again to this panel discussion focusing on the benchmarking of the publicly available AI tools. When we say publicly available, it means the AI tools that are used by general public. They are not any specific users. They are, and we are focusing only on language models. We are not going into computer vision or other kinds of applications that AI may have. We focus only on the language models. Now the the conference that we had was focusing on the benchmarking part of it, but this panel discussion, the goal is to come up with some kind of a measures or metrics through which we can give some kind of a score to such applications that can be readily used by people with some confidence that yes, probably this is the best. And this can also give some kind of a confidence to government agencies or other offices who want to leverage such kind of AI applications for their particular use cases. The theme that you have seen for this panel discussion, we were particularly focused that no, we want to focus only on the some of the applications that are available. The mains were the machine translation, which had been going on for quite a long time. The automatic speech recognitions, which are also very robust these days, and they are available in multiple Indian languages. And then go to other applications like say TTS is also a very common application being used by content creators and others. And then come to the generative AI models, the LLMs. And when we come to LLMs, we go into different skill sets that they offer. So if you have seen the website, the particular thing that we have noted about generative AI is mainly about the information extraction using the LLMs, then question answering, which has multiple use cases. Let's say, for example, you can give it to a kid, restrain it to say that okay, your world knowledge is only up to class 5, so it can act as an assistant to a kid asking questions for their syllabus. Then rewrite, you have written some draft, you want it to fine tune it, and then get help from LLM and ask it to give you a better draft or whatever you have written, be it a research paper, be it a office note, be it a DPR that you are writing, all those things. Then summarization, you have a big book and you want to get just a small summarization out of it, that can be given. Or let's say, for example, you have got a big manual of some kind of a government procedure. Let's say, for example, we follow general financial rules, all the government works are being maintained through that. You feed it to an LLM and ask some questions with regard to any particular procedure that you want. So that could be another use case. And conversation, of course. So I've seen that people are writing scripts, film scripts, they are writing storyboards, and they are taking help from these LLMs, and they are giving you help on that. So there also you get some use cases. Content generation or content creation, new creation, there we have a new use case. So in Indian language, we always say that we don't have enough content in Indian languages. Here the LLMs can probably help us create additional content in languages where we do not have enough content. You start up with a small data set training or reinforcement, and the knowledge that is available in the rest of the LLMs, let's say English में है, हिंदी में है, वहाँ से knowledge इकट्ठा किया, and then we put it into a new language where we don't have such content. So it can go there. Coding, of course, many people are already using. the computer programmers, they always take up, you can have the whole block up codes written by it if you are working in a very big project of different modules, or you can have a small website created just in a jiffy. Just you just need to be able to frame what kind of thing you want from that. And then of course brainstorming, you want to discuss out something, you want to get some points for a particular thing, these things can help you. And the best thing is that, let's say for example in search engines like Google or Bing, you go and then fetch it yourself. What these LLMs are doing is that it is giving you the things already curated that you can readily use and make use of it. Now for this particular panel, what we want is a specific question that we had. So at LDCIIL, as you are aware that, or CIIL, let us call it as CIIL, we develop mainly the linguistic data. We don't go into AI technology development. We are not a tech institution. However, yesterday we released a few of AI applications also, but they are not technically our development. We are just using the models that have been developed elsewhere, and then we have created the web interface for it and made it available to the people who think that they may find a better use case of these applications than the others. So we are not a tech institution, we are a language institution. We go more into content creation, policy making and things like that. Now the question of benchmarking has come because we see that suppose if a government organization wants to have or to make use of a machine translation, which one should it use? We have so many options available. Publicly available things are there. We have got Google Translate, we have got Bing, Amazon is coming, Yandex is coming, Bhasini has also come, which we have also deployed the AI for Bharat model. They are all here, but which one is better? Which one should we use, or for a particular use case? There we don't have any benchmark, so there we can have some kind of a benchmark or a scoring system. This scoring system should be blind. Let's say the data set that we are going to train it with, test it with, that would be available only with an institution and not used in any kind of a training model by others. So that had one idea, and we can give scores, automated scores at a given site. Let's say for example we have also shown kind of a small site. I don't know whether I can show anything here. Yeah, probably I can show it. So let me go to a small website, eval.ldciil.org. So this was a small evaluation site that we had created last year. This was meant for evaluating two particular things. So we had one machine translation evaluation system. So if you have any machine translated output and you had its human annotated output also, you can give both of these things here and get a score automatically generated. And these score would be based on 3 or 4 different acceptable scores that we have seen. Now I don't know whether I have shown it somewhere. I have shown some scores here, but probably it is not shown here, but we can get the scores. So the blue score, the CHRF score, they are accepted ones. All of these things can be automatically extracted and anyone can do it. So let's say for example a government institution, government office, let's say a stamp department, they have got some document and they want to get it translated and they want to choose which one should I go for. So they can have a small text translated through different engines and get an evaluation score generated here automatically, and based on that they can say that yes, this is something that we can go for. So that would be one. Similarly, we can also go for an ASR mechanism. So we had done a similar thing for ASR. Let's say for example you have got a 15-minute audio of a particular person from a particular region speaking about something, and you get the same thing scored based on the different APIs or the systems that you have, and get a automated score generated here, and this will be used for the particular purpose of scoring and evaluation. Now, the same thing cannot be done yet for LLMs. I mean, at least I have not yet found out what could be the method of identifying how we can evaluate the different skill sets that the LLMs can provide you. So this particular panel discussion, we would be discussing on this and trying to come up with some methods, and at LDCIIL we'll try to implement it in the coming days. So this is what we have in our plan. Now we will ask all of our panelists to first deliberate one by one on this, and then we can have the discussion on the floor. So to begin with, I would invite first probably Pragya. Pragya, would you like to speak first?
Yeah, absolutely. More than happy to do that. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I would love to meet all of you and actually learn, which also then sets at the outset, I'm not a researcher, and all the people on the panel have deep expertise and understanding on this. I, of course, look at public-policy and partnerships, and language is a very critical part of what I have. But I do not really have deep understanding on evals and how they run. But with focus that we have on Indian languages, I think internally when our researchers look at sourcing equal data sets and evaluating them, the constant trouble is really that, can we find a way to run current evaluations on the Indic language performance, specifically on our models. And very often, the current research shows that most of the evals we are doing, OpenAI models are doing fairly well. And then when I go and speak to people on the ground, and I myself use it, obviously it's not performing as well. And I think that's really the big gap, that the benchmarking and the evals say a particular thing, but how can we really walk that bridge around what the evals tend to say and then what's really happening on the ground? Because if the AI is not delivering for you where you are, then obviously there's a long way for us to really traverse for it to get there. So that's really been a big part of my focus on making sure how can I also provide context from the ground, so that it's just not evals and benchmarking. And therefore I think it just presents a massive opportunity for the Indian ecosystem to build competence and also have many more agencies running these sort of events. Specifically coming to our models as well, to what Sir was saying earlier, I feel that with 4.5 we've been able to obviously create a model that has very human-like interactions, and so it almost feels like when you speak to it, it's very natural. The tones are, the tonality, the emotions, all of that is very human-like, and we want to keep obviously fine-tuning and building a lot more on that, so that your experience and interaction with the AI models feel very intuitive and like it would be talking to just another person, right? So we want to get it to that stage even more, though 4.5 I think is doing a fairly good job, and that's the feedback we've also got about our models. Also, when it comes to 3.5, when we had launched that, the general understanding in terms of intelligence was that was graduate level intelligence. With O1, which is our first reasoning model, it was that we have PhD level intelligence available to people when they use the O1 model. And with O3, which we launched, which is part of the reasoning model series that we have, the general understanding was that it's actually saturated all the benchmarks that we currently have. And so therefore I think just the paradigm within which we are working when it comes to benchmarking and evals also needs to really evolve, because with our intelligence and our models just improving, and that's just not an OpenAI challenge. I think others on the panel I'm sure will speak much more to it, but just how can we also make sure that our frameworks and eval benchmarks are also evolving as the intelligence on many of our models are also getting better and better, and they capture the benchmarking in a way that we can also see what's happening on the ground, just not what's happening within models. So just wanted to sort of put that out. I also wanted to really congratulate, of course, METI, that they have been just incredible in opening up these data sets as part of the AI Kosh initiative. And I think, we are sort of looking at those data sets as well ourselves to see, what could be really helpful. And we are also in many ways committed to helping the Indian ecosystem just collect these data sets. Because we want to train on them, but we also want to make sure that they're available for the ecosystem to train on. So how to really open up these data sets and make sure that not just us, but new innovations can also take place on the data sets that we collect along with, either government departments or even just outside, civil society and private sector. We want to be able to do that as well. Cases, I think I absolutely agree, live translations has really emerged as a massive use case for us as well. And I think in India, it just allows for a lot of unlocking of AI being used in rural India in tier 3. We're seeing a lot of uptake and adoption in the agriculture sector because of that. Even though our models don't necessarily are performing at top notch level in other regional languages, but yet they are still enough. And the capability is that you fine tune it a little bit, and they've been able to really deliver for agriculture, healthcare, and also for education. So, Digital Green is one of the non-profits that is using our models extensively, and they have seen that through their pilots in UP and Bihar, that they've been able to increase farmer incomes almost by 35%. And that's simply because, you don't need to really type. You can use our voice models and also our vision models interact. And so that really has, in many ways, driven a lot of inclusion just because of the multimodality of these models. And also we're already seeing a high level of impact on the ground on this. Similar has been in the case in education, where Rocket Learning again is a non-profit, and they are across 10 states now in India, and they're measuring learning outcomes, and they're also acting like the AI tutor for many government school children, so that you can measure where you're at in the learning process, but also in your own language be able to spend that time in brainstorming and learning much more about specific topics that you might be lagging behind it. And so I think there is a massive opportunity that we see, and we want to be able to, of course, work with the ecosystem so that we can evolve our models to really serve you where you are in your specific language, in your dialects. And I think that will require an ecosystem and a collaborative approach.
Thank you, Pragya, for giving a very elaborate ideas and your thoughts on this. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Maheshwari. Would you like to speak something? You have you have a presentation. Presentation. We need to send it first to you. Okay. Can you send it?
There's a link.
Ha.
Can I attach my?
No, I think the controls are there.
Send me the Google Meet link. I can share.
Ah, yes, that is good. Google Meet link is there with you? No? I'll share the meet.
You can WhatsApp me.
Yeah. Connect Wi-Fi से.
वाईफाई मैंने अपने मोबाइल से कनेक्ट किया, सो मैं मीट से स्टार्ट करके so shall I sit there and speak, or
You can sit there also. Yes.
just let me join?
Someone is trying to join, accept it.
Yeah, has given a context and Pragya ji has given a very good scope in terms of what it is echoing.
Now it is audible.
So on that front, I would like to take some few minutes to introduce what is Bharatjan, and then I'll share some of my thoughts and the current working on the benchmarking. So Bharatjan is a consortium. It's a consortium of 7 institutions. The lead institution is IIT Bombay, and the lead PI is Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, who is leading a generative this project. Other institutions are IIM Indore, which I am part of, IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, IIT Mandi, IIT Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, also Bhashini, Amitabh Nag is also part of our consortium. So this consortium has been last year funded by Department of Science and Technology. So we got a sanction of around 235 crore, and we are expected to build LLMs for Indian languages. No, it's not off. So so 3 to 5 goals we have in our project. So first goal is to develop foundation models. So I hope most of the audience are not very well aware of these computer science tech terms. So what do you and so to begin with, I'll just explain in a simple term what is a foundation model. So when a child starts learning a language, so till class 8, class 9, we all see it, we all from the school system, we tend to learn just the language, how to read, how to write, how to speak. So we can say that that's a fundamental language skills we give. So the same kind of skill we are now trying to teach to computers. So first, computer will have a foundational understanding of a language. So then how do we learn the language? We learn by listening, we learn by speaking, we learn by practicing, we do mistake, and our teachers, our parents, our colleagues, our peers correct us, and then we learn the correct grammar, correct way to speak, correct way to write, read, and all those things. So similarly, we teach the computers how to learn a language first. Once we learn the language, we learn more specialization. So after 10th class, so till 10th we learn mathematics, we learn English, we learn social science. So those are small, simple domains we try to learn, and then we go into, we specialize into few things. So
Aditya,
yeah.
Can you bring the mic a bit closer to your mouth?
Yeah.
Yes.
When I bring closer, it is echoing, so that's why it's fine. It's fine now.
Yes.
I'm audible till the back.
Yeah, better. Thank you.
So means even from 8th class we start learning these simple domains, say civics, history, and so on. But till when we are in 3rd, 4th, we just learn how to speak, how to read and write. So the foundation model is to train the computer how to understand the language. And how do we understand the language? We don't understand language by grammar. The earlier efforts on learning language to computer started by teaching them grammar, the rules of the grammar. We try to code the rules of the grammar, and then the computer with this logical framework try to learn the grammar, but they were not. They were not very. Okay now? Yes. They were not. Is it fine now? So they were not very successful till say 2010s. They were not very successful. Not very successful with respect to what we have now. We put something in ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on, and we get a output so that we can. So nowadays, my students also tend to bluff me by assignments and do that. So the success is so much in the last 7-8 years that we are even not able to figure out that what to do in our class. And I think everyone is on the same page. Some people like us know little more tech, and we also don't know that what is going to be the future. So with this context, the success of that grammar-centric thing was not very successful. And this also came from the fact that we don't first learn grammar. When mother teaches us language, they don't teach grammar rules. They just speak something and then we get some feedback. So when we are hungry, we cry and we get the feedback. So we know for food we need to cry. So similarly for computers, we give them a lot of data, learned it. So there are certain technicalities which may not be this is the correct forum to. So there's an attention mechanism in 2017. Google research has done a phenomenal job in transforming these things. So somehow we can understand the computer is now able to learn the language not just by learning the grammar rules, but learning too much from the environment. And that environment for computer is language. So, and we know that English is the most important language. So English language models were the first step. So when OpenAI or other institutions launched their first model, they launched it based on, say, understand the language. And now once you know the language, then you know the domain. So nowadays the current paradigm is once you know the language, you know specific domain. So there must be some computer model who also understand history, who also understand geography, who also understand law, who also understand mathematics, economics. And how do we understand mathematics, economics? By learning more. So we have more and more data related to, we have economics books, we have economics professors, economic teachers, economics tests, and then by passing those tests, we develop one domain expertise. So the basic language understanding is the foundation model. So our first goal at Bharatjan is to develop a foundation model. So the OpenAI has developed a very good foundation model. Google has developed a foundation model. Ola. Every one big company who is working in LLM is trying to make a foundation model. So once we have a foundation model, we need our foundation model is not enough. Plain, if you want to hire an employee, just knowing Hindi or Kannada or English is not enough. We need to have some more expertise. So you need to have additional training. So that additional training is called as fine tuning. The name might change. So we fine tune the foundation model. So that is the second step to specific domain. But if we don't know the language, there is no purpose of fine tuning. So there are several open source models. There are several closed source models also. So already there are open source models you can use. So what we had first, our primary objective is to develop a foundation model, and then based on the foundation model, our next objective is to create an ecosystem, those who can fine tune these models. So if you want a language model to be trained for legal domain, you can use your legal data, law language data, law books, law cases, and then fine tune on the basic open source foundation model. We will also open source a model. There are already open source models available. And what we are doing, we are trying to train the language models in Indian context and Indian languages. And for training language models in Indian context and Indian languages, we need Indian data. And this is the best platform we can talk about, because this is a Central Institute of Indian Languages. The more data we get, the better language and the better context we get. So if we have say a language data trained on global language, we may not have Indian context. So that is the first premise, that we have something to develop in India. And then second is to then develop an ecosystem. So we are not just, so our primary objective is foundation model, but also an ecosystem, so that our Indian startup ecosystem, educational academic ecosystem, corporate ecosystem can use this Indian context model to train our own thing, so that as US is leading in Gen AI race, we do not lag behind, as we have lagged behind in some domains. So in this domain we don't want to lag behind.
So second objective is to develop an ecosystem so that first of all our general population, tech population understand what is it, and then you can use your own model to train your languages, to train your specific tasks. And once, so nowadays what is happening, people are training this specific task too deep into it, and now once you train a specific task, you actually create an employee and assistance for yourself. You must have heard of Microsoft Copilot. So that is helping you to code. You can also develop your own Copilot to helping you to write your emails in your organization. So several organizations have are in touch with us to develop some sort of, so the terminology for this is called as agent AI. So agent AI is your agent. It is your secret agent, and you are trained on your model and trained on your specific aspect. So that, so suppose in these institutions you are working on a very specific domain. So using your data you can train yourself, and instead of hiring one employee, you train the computer to do your job. And so you minimize your edits, you minimize, so you give them feedback and it will behave accordingly. So that is the 2025, the most hot topic in the Gen AI is called agentic AI. That means you fine tune so much so that you don't require a research associate, or the research associate do not require further research associates to work on it. So it's a very specific thing that you, so that ecosystem need to be developed. For that some open source foundation models are there. We develop our capability to train those models, and based on those models we'll develop our capability to fine tune these things. So all of the fine tuning, all of the agents we are not going to make, we are going to facilitate to the people, to the institutions, to the tech companies, to the startups, to academic institutions to develop their own model, so that there is a plethora of these kind of things available for Indian consumption, and our objective is to lead in the Gen AI space. And we are not lagging behind, we are lagging behind in resources, but we do not lag behind in talent. So third thing, once we develop some agents, and we draw back to the analogy of human. So once we gain some economics knowledge or legal knowledge, what do we require then? We require a certificate. How do we get the certificate? We get the certificate by sitting for exams. So exams are essential for certifying our knowledge. So the terminology for exams for these agents, for these foundation model is called benchmarking. So what is benchmarking? Benchmarking is simply a set of exam, and this exam we ask the computer to sit and write the exam for it, and then we evaluate that exam. So how good is the computer? So benchmarking in a very simple term is an examination. Okay. Few technical terms and how this examination will be conducted. So computer will not sit in examination all write as we write. They will write it differently, but it is an examination. So there are several examinations available for examining several sort of tasks. What we at Bharatjan specifically, I am as a part of consortium member at IIM Indore, we are creating this examination. I'll use examination again because benchmarking some sort of strikes an emotion that this is something which we don't understand. So what we are doing, we are creating question papers. To create question papers, what do we require? We require experts. We require questions. And we require experts who knows the answer of this question. So how do we create question paper for, so I create question paper for my class. So if I am teaching R programming or say linear algebra, so I create question paper, but I don't create answer sheets because I know the answers, or I will train my academic associate to evaluate the answer. But computer don't know the answers, so I will create questions and answers. So what kind of questions and answers I will create to evaluate students? That will depend what kind of class it is, how many students are sitting in the class. So if my class is let us say 15 or 20 or 100, I will create subjective question answer also. But if I need to test 10 lakh people like in JEE, creating subjective question answer will have a difficult evaluation. So go to create a objective type so that computer can also evaluate. Similarly, I will see how the computer, what kind of testing we want to have from the computer. So we can have a task like this. Say, I have a paragraph, can you summarize the paragraph? So I have a big paragraph, I have a small paragraph. So then can the computer summarize like this way? So this is the best summary. So I will give the examination to the computer. So what we are creating is benchmarks or question paper, examination paper in Indian context and in very specific domains. One domain Narayanji has spoken about is creating the translation benchmark. That is very core and very essential to do that. But over the top of it, we need to create domain specific also, because once we facilitate this agentic AI evaluation, this agentic AI evaluation requires that which agent is good now. As he talked about which translation engine is good. So that is very essential. We don't have for that. And then once we complete that, definitely with this partnership and with this stage, we will accelerate the formation of question papers. I will use question paper again and again instead of benchmarking, so that you can also participate in this question paper evaluation. We don't need a very big team for creating this benchmark, but we need a very big team of experts. Tech team, a tech team of 10 to 8 people is enough to create say 20 benchmarks in 3 to 4 months. We have done so. We are in process of releasing a benchmark for Ayurveda dataset, and where we are struggling is we have scrapped the question papers and so on. We are struggling to find out few domain experts who will help us in making that question paper for the computer. So typically what happens, I will give you an idea. So usually the range for questions, if we are setting up objective or certain subjective question, is 500 to 2000 questions for a domain one. No, I am not talking of the translation one. For the domain one, if you have 500 to 2000 questions, it considers as a good benchmark. And then what we do, we test different generative AI foundation models or agents and so on. For example, we will test Gemini, if we will test OpenAI, we will test say Meta, we will test Ola's, we will test our own, and then we will give the output. So how much that computer has scored. So we will give a report card. So who is first rank, who is second rank, who is third rank, who is fourth rank, and then we will release our question paper also, so that you can also test. So from the tech perspective, it is not a very big job, and we are sitting in Bangalore, so we are leading in the tech domain. But what we want to apply this tech so that general public understand the tech and they participate in this benchmark formation, evaluation, and so on. And maybe we are also limited by our mental space. You can think that, okay, I will make this question paper, and so we will develop and facilitate that ecosystem. And what we need to do, we will just supply you the information in which format you want to take, how do you evaluate the question paper, and then how do you publish the question paper to everyone, for everyone to value. So that is the process of benchmarking we are trying to do. So with the limited bandwidth of domain experts, we are trying to get into some sort of an IKS domain, some sort of an education domain. All of the other domains are open and not much of work has been done. We have been doing a literature survey of several things, that not much of work is done in the benchmarking. And so domains, data, and participation of a larger people who can work in their own team. And you can ask us for facilitation, or you can work on your own also. So and you can release your own benchmarks, and it will be very, very helpful. But once we have set of benchmark question paper, then the other ecosystem, the other players, the corporate players, the academic players will be competing for will be competing for staying ahead in this benchmark. So if I have created a very good question paper, so like a very good question paper in Indian context is a CAT. So people say, I have scored this much in CAT, I have scored this much in UPSC, I have scored this much in JEE. So once we create a very good benchmark, everyone will be dying, or everyone will be too much interested in scoring that in good benchmark. So creating good benchmark is a very, very good strategy to develop an ecosystem. Apart from all doing the foundation model job is a very tech centric job. So company with deep talent and deep pockets or government can do it. But benchmark, everyone who is a domain expert and interested can participate. So that is the third thing. First thing was the model, second was the agentic AI, third thing is the benchmark. Fourth and fifth are means a part of it, but we state it differently, is that we want to create an ecosystem. And fifth thing is to disseminate the knowledge of the generative AI in this ecosystem. So I've signaled, I will stop my monologue here and then open the panel discussion. I wanted to run through slides, but I'll, if time permits, and I'll show you technically what is happening in the Bharat Jail. Yeah. So.
What we'll do is to have first a small brief and then go on with the topic. Let's not be academic about it, let's be what we can do towards having a benchmarking and think in terms of CIIL also. What kind of new data sets we can create that can help us in benchmarking, and a kind of benchmarking that is publicly available. So let's focus on that. Let's not be too academic into teaching what LLM and what benchmarking things are here. So I'll ask next Meg to speak his thoughts on this.
Yeah, hi. Hi. Yeah, I think following your cue here, I would not get into the specifics of things, but I guess just building on the conversation. In terms of, I think, benchmarks, what is critical, as you already highlighted, is you also gave this analogy of having JE paper or CAT paper and all. But also important is what point Narayan sir mentioned. Once the paper is there, it should not be leaked, because once it is leaked into the training of the model, then it loses its value. Model would then learn to just parrot out the answer, and then you don't know whether it's really a model's capability that you are evaluating or it's just training corpus. Because if they got hold of that data and then that data was used in training the model, then basically model has seen the answer paper. And then if you are asking same questions, then it will give you answers, right answers, and then you saturate the point that Pragya also sort of alluded to, is the benchmarks start to saturate them. So the biggest challenge today is that you can come up with these great benchmarks. They're great one time. They might be good for another 6 months, 3 months, whatever. But as the models and the companies start to pick up this data, because once you publish it out, the results and questions start to get out on the web, and then it gets into the model training, model learns it, and then then next time in 6 months you evaluate it, it starts to score really well, and you start to get 95%, 99% or whatever, and you saturate. So then that benchmark becomes unusable, or not helpful. You can still use it, but you're just kidding yourself, saying that hey, I'm scoring 99% on that. So that's the biggest challenge I feel, is how do you come up with a benchmark that is one closed, or if you are releasing it, that's fine, but then how do you refresh it on a periodic basis? So you release a benchmark, and then maybe it's every 3 months, 6 months, you are releasing new version of it that sort of scrapes out all the old question, maybe evaluates the same task. You can still be evaluating summarization or coding or whatever, but maybe come up with a different prompts. So different question set, every year you have different JE exam. So then that sort of way you publish new benchmark every time you're doing. That's one point I wanted to highlight. Second, I would say, when we are talking about these benchmarks or data sets, one other thing that we need to be we should be considering very actively is, are we coming up with academic benchmarks or something that are user friendly? What are users looking for? You are evaluating summarization of, let's say, really dense books and big books and all. Is that really a summarization task users want? We are talking about farmers, end users tier 2, tier 3, city people, or even students. or are they looking for summarization of a Wikipedia page or like some hard concept in physics, and they get like a few pages and they just want like 2 paragraphs out of that. So what is the task? And are we really evaluating the task that matches with the downstream use of the model? If you are just evaluating on one exam, like again taking this exam paradigm or like analogy, I guess, if you are evaluating on a PhD level exam and most of your users are actually grade 8, class 12 users, then it really doesn't help. Or if you are evaluating them on economics and they want history, again it doesn't help. So I think these benchmarks, and that's the role I guess CIIL and other institutes can play, is to bring that user need and capture those needs. Like when you create these data sets, maybe create it in a way that are informed by the needs and the usage that we see around us, like in the communities and in the places. I think that was representativeness. And then finally, I would say one other last point, and then I'll pass it on and we can get into discussion mode, is also how can we involve users? Like one thing was, as I said, like going down this path, you can represent the users and then get the prompts or like these question papers that represent their usage. But ideal thing would be if you can come up with this tool that you were showing earlier, maybe that tool itself becomes available to the users and they can come in, start typing what they want to, the way they want to use models directly on that, and you behind the scene hide models. Don't tell them what that model is. They can give them 2 answers, ask them to rate which one is better. So get direct user feedback. So if this website could evolve into that, and again I'm not proposing anything novel. There are this kind of like what they call like arenas available in the US, like something called LMCs or LM Arena, which is actually was run by University of California, Berkeley. So students came up with, they created it, and it got such a traction that like now as like Aditya was also highlighting, now it's such a popular sort of like leaderboard and arena that all companies like Google, OpenAI, XAI, and anyone like when they come out, they talk about where they rank on that arena, and there is a scoring happens and all those things, right? So that's something, if you can come up with something like that, but if it is like represented by and then participated, like there is a participation from users, then it will automatically start to address all of the things that I mentioned earlier. It would be fresh, it would be blind, as in like it won't be leaked, because every time new user is coming up with something new that you don't know what they're asking, and 3, it's being refreshed all the time. So I think that could be an interesting area to explore. With that, maybe I will pause and give it to Ashish.
In the same terms, so the kind of data set that we have used on eval website right now, it uses the the Frisk corpus that we have created, and we released it yesterday. So that is now out. It has not gone to anyone else right now. That data set, once this data set has been used by someone else, we will have to create a fresh data set for evaluating this purpose, and that is how we need to go. And we can do it. We can give our own scores, or others can also do those things.
Yeah.
So that is the kind of mechanism we wanted to have for both. Right now we have already implemented for MT and ESR.
Yeah.
Others we have to do. Now, Ashish.
Am I audible? Yeah, okay, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, thank you CIIL for inviting me to this forum. I came here yesterday and I attended a few sessions. It was really, I was really impressed by the kind of work that CIIL is doing. Had a few conversations with Dr. Narayan as well. So great to see all this very important work on Indian languages. Very important work on Indian languages, happening here. I wanted to touch upon 3 points broadly, right? I think one is, why is benchmarking sort of important? Of course, we all know benchmarking is important, but why is it becoming more and more important in the current context? Secondly, what are some of the challenges that are there in the current benchmarking? And thirdly, maybe touch upon some ideas of what it might take to improve the current state of the art in benchmarking. Now, if you see what has been happening in the last few years, right? I think AI research and development has been happening for decades, but especially in the last few years, what has changed is the rate at which AI is percolating and getting adopted across end consumers as well as different industries. And if you sort of project it further, it's only going to increase, right? More and more domains, more and more industries are going to adopt AI for their use cases. Now, if you take the Indian context, right? A lot of this is happening maybe globally, but I think in India, we are, maybe it is at a very nascent stage. It's starting to happen, and one of the key drivers for AI adoption is trust, right? I think for humans to trust AI systems, I think that's the sort of biggest barrier which prevents people from adopting AI. And how do we break that trust? How do we not break that trust, but how do we sort of create that trust? It's through benchmarking, right? So benchmarking is the sort of window to establishing that human AI trust. Now, if you look at the general sort of history of how benchmarking has been happening, right? We had all these different AI enabled tasks like machine translation, ASR, TTS, summarization, and so on, for quite some time. And a lot of benchmarking tasks have been created. A lot of these data sets are out there. Especially with the generative AI that has emerged in the last few years, right? Our first attempt was to use these existing benchmark data sets and use them to evaluate the performance of generative AI models on these tasks, right? Now, obviously, that was that took us sort of maybe to some extent, but that was not enough. And like Meg rightly pointed out, most of these benchmarks happen to be academic benchmarks that maybe give you some sense of how these models are performing, but they're not enough. Now, especially in the Indian context, there is an additional challenge, posed by Indian languages, the varying cultural context, the socio-economic diversity, and so on. And again, when it came to creating, having benchmarking for Indian languages, the first attempt was to take these English benchmarks and just translate them into Indic languages, right? Now, again, it's a good. Of course, it's an attempt to that gets us to some extent, but again, it is not enough. There are several challenges. There are certain tasks which don't lend themselves directly to simple translations of their English data sets. A very simple example is grammar correction, right? Now, you might have grammar correction data sets in English, but then if you simply try to translate those grammar correction data sets to Indian languages, obviously, that's not going to be a good measure of grammar correction of in Indian languages. And then of course, a lot of these things about Indian, Indian culture, diversity, etc., are not very well handled by the existing benchmarking data sets. The other challenge is coming from the nature of the generative AI models. By the nature of the way these models are trained, they tend to be very creative, right? They are meant to be, sort of used for creative use cases, and they're very good for creative use cases. But by virtue of that, they also tend to create some issues, like we are all aware of, hallucination as one of major challenges. The other thing is, because these models are trained on a large variety of available data, they are also susceptible to the bias in these data sets, right? On the data sets in which that are used for training. So some of these things also pose additional challenges which are not very well covered in the existing benchmarks out there. Maybe there have been attempts to do it in English, but definitely a lot needs to happen when it comes to these aspects in Indian culture and Indian context and Indian languages. Now, the other thing, is also Dr. Narayan was also alluding to, is the fact that a lot of models that are coming today, they are evaluated by the modelers themselves, right? I mean, they we have been spending a lot of time on of course evaluating models, and the additional challenge that is posed by generative AI models is that there is a lot of different ways in which they can be. There's a lot of different there's variety in the prompt that is used for these models, right? And the way these existing evaluation frameworks work is they have their own set of prompts that they use for evaluation. Some of them use what is called as perplexity or likelihood based metrics to measure some of these metrics. So the point being that there's so much different variety, there is no transparency in the way these models are currently evaluated, and therefore that creates another challenge when it comes to trusting these evaluations. So therefore there is, I think it certainly, all of these sort of calls for an effort to creating a benchmarking system, right, which is different from what is currently out there, which is sort of more transparent in the way it does the benchmarking. It is away from the people who are building these models, not susceptible to contamination while training. Takes care of the diversity of Indian languages, culture, context, and also the other thing is the evaluation for different domains. I think that's another thing. Because these models are going to be more and more pervasive, and more domains are going to adopt it. I think it's going to be important for the community to think of how we can come up with benchmarking that is available for all these different domains. Be it government domain, legal domain, education. I think each domain poses its own unique challenges. So the way I sort of view is that you will have a few foundation models, you will have a large family of models sitting on top of it, which will be catering to different languages, catering to different use cases and domains, and then for each of these language and application specific use cases, you would need a variety of benchmarks to evaluate the models for them, right? Now lastly, some ideas on what can be done to address all of these things. So if you break up the general sort of benchmarking efforts, broadly you can categorize them into three. I think one is academic benchmarks. You have where you have most of the effort is predominantly around creating these evaluation data sets, metrics, and then have like a standard evaluation framework that takes an new model, runs it through these data sets and publishes the metric. The second is what Meg was also talking about, which is more in the context of generative AI models, which is these arenas, right, where you can which have typically have human in the loop. So you prompt these models, get responses, and then rate the responses coming out of these models, and thereby assigning some sort of a final score to each of these models. The third thing, the third is the LLM as a judge, which is which is also a very active research area. There are LLMs coming up, right, which are specifically trained and created to function as a judge, and there are also ways to evaluate the judge model itself, right? I mean, how good is the judge model? So all these efforts are again primarily focused towards English as a primary language, and I think efforts are required to see how we can come up with good judge LLMs for Indian languages, that cover the variety of the linguistic aspects of the language, as well as the the cultural, the implicit cultural context, etc. within this variety. So with that, I'll take a pause, and then open it up for further discussion.
Thank you. So thank you all the panelists. I think Pragya has some more remarks to make on this. Pragya, are you still there? She was saying she had to go somewhere.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to jump off, but I think this was very insightful, so I stayed on because I was learning as well, and I think I agree with everything that the previous speaker shared. I think the only thing I would like to bring up is, we do have model cards, and we do release sort of system cards along with every model that we release, and that's really very clearly lists out what are the guardrails, what are the ways we expect the model to perform, and that's often a very transparent way for us to put out how we expect the model to behave. So I think always good to sort of track that, at least from an OpenAI perspective, and there are others who put out similar model cards and system cards. Someone spoke specifically about contamination, and I think that's a very, very important area, and our teams really make sure that the data sets, and even when we run our own evals internally before we obviously take it to others and external parties who we have running evals for us, to make sure that data is absolutely clean and there is no contamination in terms of what is being mentioned, that you do an eval on, let's say a CAT exam, and the data also has the answers, because then the whole eval process is completely not relevant and will never give you the right benchmarking that you're looking for. So again, these are things we very, very closely monitor, at least internally. And similarly, we put out very clear eval processes and prompts, etc. On GitHub. So we have a link that we usually share when we work with our partners. And the evals we mostly depend on beyond what we do internally is, of course, at least in India, the partners we work with is Microsoft Research. They do an incredible job of releasing reports on evals and how they're doing that. And then there are other partners like Karya and others who are in the ecosystem, who are very well known to run evals and do a fairly good job of that. So these are just some things I wanted to share, just for you to also get a sense on how at OpenAI we think about these things, and the rigorous method we put in place, so that what you're seeing from us, our benchmarks and evals, are actually very rigorous and very well thought out, and we are very clear about the guardrails we want to put, so that whatever we put out is objective, and as much as possible we do that with working with just larger ecosystems, not just in India, but globally. But I think what I would really urge everyone in the room is, how can we really grow that ecosystem? I think we're really struggling with getting the right set of benchmarks out of India, because there aren't enough people who are doing this sort of work. So we really urge the ecosystem to sort of, in some way, do more of this, because only then I think we'll be able to get improved models to perform better in Indic language data sets. So I think that's a very important part of how we should, what we should use, and an important lever for us to improve performance in Indic languages when it comes to at least global foundational models. And also that will help the local ecosystem as well, whether that's a Sarvam or others who are trying to now build specific language models, I think everyone will benefit from that. So that would be super helpful. So I just want to share this, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Pragya. So, no, it's a good thing that you said this, and that is why we are now starting with this thing. This generative AI thing is new. We have not yet started working on it, at least at LDCR or any of the government works that we have. Probably we have not yet started. So this is the first time we are going to start on it, and that is why this conference. Just day before yesterday, I asked the team at LDCR to create 20 questions in their language that would be for a class 5 students, and they have all come up with that thing. We have not yet tested it against any of the models, but they have done it. Now that we can use as a model to test it. Now a few questions that I want to ask. These benchmarking questions that we are going to create, as Megh was also suggesting, and I also have in my mind. Suppose if I ask this question to one agent, probably first time it may answer correctly, second time it may answer it correctly, I don't know. But we are going to keep it closed. Whatever is its answer, we are not going to disclose it to them. The data set is going to remain inside a locked door that we would have. And probably we can use the same thing, let's say after 30 days and get some kind of a score. Would that be a good procedure? I am asking as a novice, not as a LLM expert, to all of you.
Yeah, I think in theory, yes. I think in practice, I think we'll have to see how to do that. One thing I would say in that example, it would be important, the question that you're asking, let's say for that class 5 exam, say it, in different languages, you're asking same question.
Same questions.
Because otherwise what will happen, you're testing two things at the same time, language knowledge and the different knowledge, because if someone in Bangla came up with like really difficult questions versus other language, then you're not, it's not apples to apples comparison. But as long as you do that, and then those questions are with you, and then you capture the response, you sort of like are trying to, you're kind of like doing human rating.
Human rating, yes.
It's not.
So
it's not,
it is
yeah.
basically human rating. So the kind of thing, perplexity or likelihood matrix, that I don't think we should get into when we give this scoring. So our scoring would be something of this kind. Mm-hmm. But whether this would be acceptable to the developers who are doing the LLMs, I'm not very sure. Probably you can throw some light on that.
I think it depends, right? Like, I mean, if this sort of benchmark they can't use internally or at a fast pace, because if we are creating like different model versions, we want feedback quickly to see, okay, this version, how is it working on this benchmark? Is it working? If it's showing some sort of like improvement or regression or whatever, then we can take like corrective actions and then in the like apply some of those techniques to improve or for like understand where we are. But it could be still a good thing to have. I mean, just like saying because once we release a model, then you get it that becomes available like publicly, and then you can say, okay, this is how it's performing.
Yes, yes.
And then that sort of like can be used to say post facto that this model performs
like
first,
this
second, third
on
on this benchmark, which is what like happens on the LM arena. But I will pass on to others to maybe chime in if they have any other.
In theory that is okay, but I think for adaptability, transparency might be an issue, because you said that this will be a black box.
This will be a black box, yes.
So
we want to keep it as a black box.
Why other agents will test it, and since they do not know what is happening, so the adaptability for your internal purpose.
That is why we want to make the procedure open. The procedure, the way we are going to collect those questions, the way we are going to create that procedure will be open. And it will involve people from across the country, across the language community.
If you are not opening, that will be your personal benchmark.
Not personal, but this is again a government institution. That is what we are saying, that this is a government institution. We would be taking inputs, let's say, from school teachers, because we have a connect with all the school teachers. So we can ask them, you create some questions for your language, or the way that you would ask, let's say, a mathematics question or a physics question being asked in Bodo. So these things would be there, and this would be in a black box. Or maybe, let's say, for example, when you are doing a UPSC examination, what you do, you collect question from, let's say, 300 different experts. You have a pool of something like say 10,000 questions. Out of those 10,000 questions, you select only 120, and that is randomized. Now that 10,000 questions that you have collected, that is the confidential of UPSC, and from where this will be tested. The same mechanism, if we want to try for these LLMs, would it be acceptable?
Yes. So, no, I think I absolutely agree with your view, Dr. Narayan, and I think there are two broad players in this thing, right? One are the developers that are building these foundation models, and then there are end consumers, use cases that are going to be sort of consuming these models, and I think there are one set of benchmarks that the developers typically use to sort of continuously monitor how these models are sort of learning different capabilities. But I think from an end consumer point of view, I think the benchmark creators should not, I'm of the view that they should not worry about the developer community at all. I think benchmarking community should only look at should have a set of benchmarks where you specifically cater to the requirements of the end use cases. What is it that the end use cases require, and therefore build the sort of assessment or benchmarks for those requirements which are completely hidden from the developer community. So yeah, I think both sort of benchmarks are equally important.
Good. Pragya, do you have something to say on this?
Yeah, I would want to add to what you said, that I think what you described will be certainly the way we run benchmarks. I think the only difference is that we make sure that there's a very prescribed, strongly prescribed process to follow that, and so I think just the set of questions, how we're prompting it, even the translated versions of those questions, so that everything that you're getting in terms of responses from your teachers or whoever your audiences are, I think you will be able to then use that to actually improve the models. And then I think I also feel that some sort of training initially for them, so that they understand how this process runs, is very critical, which is why very often, like I was saying, there is a certain level of competence that's lacking in the ecosystem because of these reasons. So when we start off, we actually train at least the people who we work with, that they have a good idea on how to run through this process. It's simple, but it still needs to be done so that what the output you get is actually objective and then also valuable to all of the model providers like ourselves, but also just generally to the ecosystem.
Good. You have given one good point to us, that when we ask such questions, we should also be trying to give the correct prompts to encourage the model to give the correct answer. So it is not like, say, asking a question out of the box, out of the blue, without any context, and then expecting the correct answer. So probably we can add some prompting, try to also give some context to the LLMs so that it gives us the correct answer. That would be a fair use case, and all of these things should be noted in the guidelines that we prepare.
Yes and no. Yes, that like if you are using any prompting, then just make sure that it is consistent across models and across languages. But that said, to Ashish's point earlier, you should be looking more for the users, not for the models. Like, how do you help model understand your prompt? If users are not going to use those prompts, if they're going to say like a one-word question asking or like whatever, like if they're like very cryptic in their actual usage, then you want your model to be actually be able to understand that and then like answer that. So depending on the use case, again, depending on the use case or the domain and the topics that we are testing, then it will define like what sort of like prompt you use. but whatever you use, make sure that it's consistent across models and across languages. So that way, there is again apples to apples comparison.
Good. I mean, I'll just just to the point, I'll just add some more, just to give more sort of color. I'm just taking a very simple example of machine translation, right? I mean, now the general LLMs are capable of doing translation, but then the existing benchmarks are tend to sometimes over penalize these models, because these models tend to maybe paraphrase the original sentence in the target language, etc. In some cases that you might be a bit too lenient. Now, therefore, I think it's important to look at the use case that you are trying to use this model for, right? I mean, certain use cases where maybe you're okay with paraphrasing, and therefore you don't want to penalize the model. But there might be other scenarios. For example, let's say the technical domain, education, books, etc., right, where exact translations are important, and you cannot just paraphrase or use a very leading lexicon, right, for in these target languages. So there it becomes very important to sort of be sure about the exact translations. So I think just to emphasize on the point why looking at the case is important, right, while coming up with the benchmark.
Good. So we should also be defining the use cases as much as possible. But whatever we do, I mean, as Meg said, if we are doing it for one, we have to be transparent and state it. So let's say, for example, if we are evaluating a particular LLM and they have been trained for a different purpose, they can have their own guidelines, or maybe they can tell us that, okay, you should use it this way, or we should follow the kind of guidelines, like say, for example, grok. Now, grok is meant to be funny. Now, we cannot ask this to act as an LLM for a class 5 student, for kids. So it has a different use case, and let's say ChatGPT, which is rather more responsible, or maybe train, having the guardrails, having the offensive tracks and all those things, that may be used for a different purpose. So depending upon what use case we are trying to say, all of these things should be noted down in the benchmark, and that is how we need to set these scores, right? Okay, great. Now, so we are now open to everybody. Now, madam.
So I just really have to jump off. I apologize, but thank you so much for having me. It was wonderful listening to the speakers, and I hope to work with you and take this conversation along.
Thank you, Pragya. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so it was an interesting panel, very different views. Of course, I agree with some of them, and I'm also disagreeing with some of the points. Being a human, that can happen to the models too, because it's, very well, right from the earlier days, garbage in, garbage out. So like, I feel like when we're talking about benchmarking, I would start with from Aditya's main thing. I mean, I agree with all of you in many ways, but main point what he said was benchmarking has to be customized for different domains, because that's one important thing to be taken, because one shoe will not fit all. What is good for science and math may not work for humanities or social sciences, because that is one thing. And also we are talking about benchmarking, like he said, about different levels, like Ashish, right? And your point also is well taken. User is, of course, we are building things keeping in mind the user. That's also there. I'm trying to combine all the three of your points. I'm trying to say that suppose we are only looking into, say, the performance, time efficiency, accuracy. Reasoning part is one thing where many of the models have problems. That's what I've been telling Narayan since the day came to me the office 3 days back. So reasoning efficiency and how much language can be understood by the machine. I'm not going to talk about English and other dominant languages for what success rates are really high. We are assembled here in the Central Institute of Indian Languages, and our focus is language-centric generative AI, especially the Indian languages. Whether it is a big language or a small language, does not matter to us because all are our languages. If we do not include the complexities, especially semantic issues, that meaning, not just literal meaning, you also have non-literal meaning. Suppose you complete this panel and I do not like your panel, I would not say I don't like your panel. I would say, excuse me, I need to go. I'll talk to you later. These kind of conversational implications from pragmatic points of view also need to be addressed, because that's not being done by most of the models. I'm talking only about Indian languages. I'm not telling if you are using a chatbot for conversation. Chatbots are not used only for conversations, right? We are having language in the future of AI. We are thinking a language-centric AI sitting next to me and trying to be my assistant, like you people said, the agent assistants or co-pilot has already. But sometimes that's annoying also. They just don't want, but we can turn it off. That's control is in our hands. Semantic issues, pragmatic issues, very difficult for the machine to learn. For example, tomorrow we need some kind of applications like embedded in our cars, for example. I'm just taking a simple example. You want to use your language, maybe I'm a Tamil speaker, maybe I know 4 languages or 5 languages. I would like to speak whatever language I'm comfortable with. And I just wanted to, I'm talking and I have an AI assistant in my car and I just feel like I'm running out of petrol. I just say it, like how I would talk to my brother or a sister sitting with me in my car. AI assistant, suppose, is not in practice, only show me here is the nearest petrol bunk, that it can give me directions from the GPS or whatever and say you can find. But if you're training it into a pragmatic model, then you will say just go on to the left side, on 3 blocks down the road you will find a garage or something. So or whatever, a garage is for making some repairs, or would the garage fellow have some petrol? Suppose I'm in a place like Death Valley in the United States. I'm not going to find a garage if I drive for 70 miles. So that way then, okay, a garage fellow may have some cans or something for me to offer. This kind of pragmatic technique should also be incorporated when we are talking about LLMs. And also, coming back again to the data sets. I agree and disagree with all of your ideas, like keeping them open. See, I was also a teacher at Northeastern Hill University. So, question banks we call, right? Whatever we are calling. So, leaking them is a different thing. Leaking, the terminology leaking comes only when the exam has not taken place on the fresh question. That's what I would call as leaking. The exam was already conducted and you have a set of thousands of question papers. That's not leaking. That's a model. Answers also are there. If you go even in Google now, you can find different question papers or whatever. So, I mean, I'm just thinking aloud. It's good to hide the answers. Why we want our kids to learn better? We want them to perform better. That is why question banks are being made available openly. At the same time, what's your name, Meg? Like what he said, like, okay, if we are keeping each time refreshing it, that's why we call them as question banks. You're refreshing it and you keep on adding more and more. That's why, like, from the user's point of view, the learner gets some idea. Developer's point of view, you are also seeing. Now the question is, we cannot have one set of responses as pan-Indian. Socio-cultural facts that coming to Ashish. Socio-cultural facts are very important. I'll give you one example and I stop here because I'm not a panelist. I was not supposed to give this long comment, but nevertheless, I just wanted to point out with our own experiences. For example, there is a question. Suppose you're talking about, say, theology, Hindu theology, for example, and you are asking your questions, or I'm coming only to his question. We are not talking about AI only as a conversation or a chat bot. Talking about it's going to be useful for many more things. Conceptual physics or so many things are there. Coming to Hindu theology, for example, pan-Indian, you cannot have pan-Indian model because there are differences. One simple example, Lord Ganesha is a younger brother of Kartikeya in Indo-Aryan culture, where Ganesha is the elder brother, Dravidian culture. So which answer are you going to pick as your, for your evaluation metric? How are you going? So that means you need better socio-cultural and religious beliefs and many more things. What I'm saying about Hindu theology, you can even find differences in other religious matters too. And one last thing I would say and stop. How much reasoning are your models, what you are evaluating are doing? For example, a quantitative physics question, something like you throw a ball straight up in the air. Where will it land? Why? So we need the machine, whosoever you are training, give the answer, it will land right in my hands if I keep my hands open, or it's going to fall in front of me. But why? Here comes the Newton's laws of motion, and all that explanation should go with the Newton's second law, gravity and other things, and all those. I'm not going to talk about that. This kind of reasoning is not happening now, because I'm talking about Indian languages. I'm not talking about English. For English, maybe you will get an answer, ready-made answer. But for our languages, how are we going to do such things? We are not talking only about simple things what AI can do, because we are dreaming of a future where generative AI, especially a language-centric AI, can do for Indian languages. I just wanted opinion on this.
No, thank you, ma'am, for I think all those all the comments. I think I'm sorry, but I could not get any. I couldn't see what were the disagreements. I think it seems like a good extension of all the points that were getting discussed. I think I think there were points that you sort of brought out. I think one is on the benchmarking and the need for sort of cultural context and contextual sort of awareness, bringing that into benchmarking. And the other point was the maybe questioning the readiness of the current INDIC models from a reasoning point of view. Now, addressing your first point, not addressing really, but I think I completely concur with I think the points that you raised about the need for the benchmarking system to be to have all these aspects covered in its by design. I think there are multiple. I would add two more cultural nuances to it, right? I think one is the linguistic aspects that sort of alluded to. Each language has its own sort of variations and idiosyncrasies. Idiomatic uses. You alluded to the semantic and the pragmatic layer, right? I think all of these definitely need to be covered, right, in designing the benchmarking, data sets. The other is the social and cultural sort of nuances. It covers all aspects of some of the religious things that you mentioned, and maybe other aspects of the political and government aspects, which are very sort of specific to India. I mean, simple examples are Indian legal systems. I think there are maybe benchmarks cover global sort of legal systems, etc. But I'm not sure if there are any benchmarks specifically for Indian legal system. Then there are aspects of again things like polysemy, and all that, which need to be covered in benchmarking. There are aspects of formality and honorifics, right, which need to be addressed. I think Indian languages are very sort of typical when it comes to honorifics, right? You can just say, how are you, right? But in English, but in Indian languages, you have a lot of nuances. So, tu kaisa hai, kaise ho, aap kaise hain, and so on, right? So all of this needs to be sort of addressed. Then there are variations due to different dialects. I mean, you might have one language, but Hindi itself has so many different dialects, and the choice of lexicon vocabulary sort of tends to vary a lot based on that context as well. So it also needs to be taken care of, in designing the benchmarks. The last thing I would, is also that we have not covered is the code mixing. I mean, we don't talk in single language. I mean, we often, mix a lot of different languages, and that also needs to be sort of covered in that, the benchmarking. So I think as far as your points about benchmarking and the need for covering contextual awareness is concerned, I think completely agree. Your other point was, I think, the reasoning, and I think as it stands, I think my personal view is that the initial language models that came out, of course, were lagging a lot in terms of their capabilities when it came to reasoning. I think the more recent efforts, around the DeepSeek R1, the O103 models, etc., that have emerged, show promising performance on reasoning as far as again English benchmarks are concerned. I don't think there have been any, at least I am not aware of any efforts specifically happening around Indian languages and reasoning in that context. I would as far as readiness of language Indic-centric language models is concerned, I think there is definitely a gap at the moment. I don't think we have sort of very strong Indic language models performing high on reasoning. And I mean, also the current models, I would also argue that I have my own doubts on whether they doing reasoning in the true sense, right? I think of course there are efforts around post training, etc. Where you sort of try to you generate a lot of reasoning tokens, and by virtue of that, they tend to show good performance on reasoning benchmarks. But I don't think it can be sort of referred to as true reasoning. So definitely there is a lot to do when it comes to reasoning, in language models and improvement there.
Regarding next semantics, it's a difficult question today to answer, but I think soon it will be answered. So one anecdote in BharatGen we are trying is to instead of currently the conversational agents are zero shot. So once you ask a question, it directly responds. So we have created one model that say when you ask a question, it asks a counter question. Are you referring to this? Are you referring to that? Then after maybe 2 to 3, 4 to 5 things, it will then finally answer. So it is not a reasoning, but maybe a proxy of reasoning, and things will evolve and will see something except in Indian context. That is. And your question is regarding say several nuances, because in English things are not very nuanced. In India things are very, very nuanced in terms of various aspects. That since it's not a logical grammatical model, it depends on how much data feeds into training. So we need more and more participation, more and more data and context for that. So these are hard questions, and we need to have a larger ecosystem, sit together and see. We should start instead of say engineering, we should start with what are our objectives, what do we want. And then we have recipes, we have experts, we have compute, we have data, we have intent. I think things can go in right direction.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. I guess you mentioned several things, right? Like, so it's not one aspect that we are looking at, and that's the contrast to, let's say, ASR models or TTS models or machine translation models. there is like a truth. Like if since in English you're translating in Hindi, you know what the ground truth is, right? Like, and there is one task, one score. You can come up with like word error rate, error rate, whatever, like those sort of like for TTS and translation like transcription models. Now we are saying that is there like a one score for GenAI? There cannot be, right? Because you yourself like give so many examples, and all those cannot be a single benchmark. There needs to be separate, for the lack of better word, like benchmarks or like the way you're testing it. You can't test the model say today, like we can't just say that, okay, is it good in like 100 things and then we give one score. Is that the right way? Because then how are you going to weight 100 things? What is more important? What is less important? What is like that sort of like thing? All those questions would come. So that's where I feel we would have to think about when you're creating these benchmarks or these evals. We need to think about this very, I wouldn't say like very narrow, but there needs to be like somewhat defined in terms of what are you measuring. And there could be a benchmark that's measuring, let's say, a reasoning task in Indic languages. Those reasoning tasks then need to be defined, and when you evaluate that, then I think that other factor we did not touch upon, like is how your raters or humans interact, and then how are they going to say which one is better? Because there are different dimensions. There is like in a reasoning task there is an accuracy dimension, linguistic dimension, like what language you are like are you first answering in the right language, but are you using the right tone, register of the language, all the context, like the colloquial language versus really book language, what is preferred? All those dimensions would come. Is it true, factual, is it helpful, concise? If you ask a question and it gives like answer versus like 2 paragraph answer preferred by the users, so some of those dimensions you would have to achieve to your readers or like folks who asking that question. Once they get answer, you need to give them some sort of like a standardization so that raters in different languages are at somewhat evaluating model in a similar way, and not it's not left too open to individual preferences, because it might happen language rater prefers like really lengthy answers, other language person prefers short answers. Then you have got like variance in your rating mechanisms and then ratings and all. Sorry, I'm not answering your like specifically, but I think sort of like guardrails and standardization would need to happen. So my maybe like to summarize, 2 things would be: one, we need to have more defined sets itself. Like you need to together like understand what use cases or what capabilities we want to evaluate, and have those evaluations or like data sets by capability or by that task. Second, once you evaluate it, your raters, they need to have some sort of like standard instructions, obviously like leeway to apply their human judgment and all, but at least it shouldn't be that the spectrum is too wide so that it becomes incomparable when you're taking ratings from one language or one rater to another rater. So that's maybe my 2 cents on that.
Can we have any questions from audience? Yeah.
Hi everyone, that was an excellent panel. My question is to Ashish sir maybe. We've seen DeepSeek, right? And we have seen so many following models from China, open source and much capable. Why has India been so late? It's largely Indian people in these companies, also in Google and in OpenAI, of course our own Ola Kutrum. Why are we lagging? I mean, it's from everyone, especially to Government of India representatives.
So, why are we lagging? I can answer from two viewpoint. So first is say a broad viewpoint, and this is so in this viewpoint I don't consider this question specifically for LLM, but in general, why are we lagging? So why are we lagging in several contexts? Because not just in GenAI, in OpenAI, several Indians are there. In Google, other corporates, several Indians are there. See, till now, even after more than 7 decades of independence, we have not figured out as a country what do we want. So that is one of the prime reason I think that why are we lacking. In spite of resources, talent, intelligence, and even money nowadays, we as a country don't have a one objective in mind. We have several directions, and that is nothing to expand more. And why China excels? Because they have a certain objective in mind. So first of all, from an overall point of view, that we lag because as a country we don't know where we want to head. As a group, for sub-nationalities, for sublingual things, we know what do we want. As an individual, we know very well what do we want. Therefore, we excel at the global level, and even better than Chinese. And at an individual level, we are excellent. We are par excellent. I don't think any subgroup in the world can match Indians. But as a group, we don't know what do we want. So the second posture on this answer, that in specifically LLMs, why are we lagging? Maybe this is, so they have released some model. We have to wait for some time. We'll catch up, and we are doing an excellent job. Our ecosystem is developing, and since we are not a closed system, we are an open system. So our system have been developing, and the research and the academic centricism in India needs some time to the saturation level, and soon we'll see in the leaderboards.
At the same page regarding creation of a foundational model, are we going to create a foundational model? Because these problems will arise during evaluation also. I'm okay with the response it's giving, but another community is not okay, another person is not okay, another group is not okay. Are we going to always this? Are we never going to come out of that glitch?
We are going to create foundation model, but whether this foundation model will be acceptable to everyone, I can't say that. Huh.
Thank you. Just to quickly add, I think one point is that that's the, I think that's the situation that we are trying to change. I mean, we all are, right? And I think with some of the initiatives coming out of the government, with the India AI mission especially, a lot of these distributed efforts are now slowly coming together, and we are all sort of driven by that one India AI mission now. So that's like a sort of a unifying thread. And some of these efforts around consolidating the existing data sets, models, the AI course, right, that the government has created. I think it's heartening to see that some of these things are happening, and I think probably this is the right sort of time to also look at the benchmarking topic. And it's good that we're all sort of we're all gathered here. I think data sets, models, I think there are efforts happening, but I think benchmarking and creation of more sort of Indian language data sets, maybe for starting with maybe post-training efforts, actually, fine-tuning data sets, data sets, right, and then slowly looking at pre-training data sets. I think a lot of those efforts need to happen. I think the other thing I would say is that a lot of the other countries, the ones that are coming out of outside of India, have a slightly different focus. They were English focused, maybe looking at trying to solve some problems. I think we are focusing on India first, Indian languages, our culture, and I think we are we all sort of other best, all of us, right, here, are the best people to solve that problem for and solve it out of India, right? We shouldn't really be looking at other people to solve it for us, and I think that's the status quo that we want to change, and let's do that together.
Hello, thank you so much for the panel for this great talk. So firstly, I have 2 points. First, Professor Nara talked about aggregating the resources, grading them for difficulty. So we had in 2019 released Hindi reading comprehension data set, and we have graded it already. So it's a very small 100 question data set, but it's available on GitHub, available for use. You can take it for your work also. And now I think Mr. Kulkarni has addressed my question. So a lot of focus in this conference has been about sourcing, sourcing it from various dialects, and of course that is an important thing. But there are a lot of resources by the Indian academia available, and it's fragmented. Typically, like Western academia publishes a very large data set and it goes in a conference. Indian academia also has like not many, but distributed and smaller this thing. You will not find like a very large, you will not find very large sizable sentiment analysis data sets, but you will find many small one of them. They're all distributed across languages, and we are not talking about aggregating these resources. So this is like a benchmarking conference, it's not a data conference as well. So why are we not talking about, finding ways to effectively find them from different corners of the web and aggregating? And of course, there's a challenge that it's already been leaked. The LLM has probably seen it already. And, we could probably add a step beyond aggregating that, okay, once you've aggregated it, let's redo these data sets again and make hidden, like non-leaked data sets as well. So, yeah, my question. I think you have addressed it.
I think, again, I think India, the AI course is a great initiative, and it would be, I think it's probably on all of us to maybe you make use of that and submit whatever data sets we have out there, so that it's available to the larger community. It will also help in the discoverability of those data sets. So let's make use of that. I think benchmarking is still probably there are again some distributed efforts happening. People are now also looking at sort of creating Indian language benchmarking data sets ground up, not just relying on translations. Some of those efforts are also happening, and I think it would be great if AI or maybe something like that is also the sort of go-to place for benchmarking as well. Of course, we still, I think we still need that, something which is completely blinded, at least single blind from the developers, where they have into the benchmarking. So we still need that as a separate. And I think a few other things that I was talking about earlier, LLM as a judge, and some of those things for evaluating at scale. I think it's that's also. So we are going to look at evaluations at different levels. You need some mechanism where you need evaluations at scale. You need very nuanced evaluations where maybe you need human in the loop. We'll have to think of all these.
quick point, I guess, was this is a good point that you brought up. Like there are data sets, probably small scales available throughout, and how do we bring that together? I think it would be really helpful if we can bring that and forget about like unleaked. Like even if it is like just available there, we could still use it for training purposes, not for benchmarking, right? Like for evaluations. So that could be super helpful still. And we have in the past, I think the consortiums like AI for Bharat from IIT Madras and all, and they have this data set called Sangraha in the past. So if there are if you are aware of something, that it would be really great for someone to sort of take that lead, bring it together and make it available, so companies like us can use it for training and benchmarking. Is a topic that Ashish also mentioned that several efforts are happening. At Google, we did publish this something called IndicGen Bench, which is actually this benchmark that is somewhat translated, but it brings some of the cultural nuances into in and all, and those we use to evaluate our capabilities on Indic languages, and companies like Sarvam AI and all, they also, when they release new models, they have used it to evaluate. So sort of like what would bring up gather a bit more stuff. I think if we can do these things together, because what happens otherwise, if there is a small data set here, small benchmark on the other side, I think companies or other developers who are building these models, they probably don't have time and resources to go out and then do that like specifically. So if however way CIIL, other folks can make it easier, I think that's super helpful.
Thank you, everybody. I think we are all getting hungry. And thank you, our panelists, for giving us a very engaging discussion on this topic. And I'm pretty sure that the audience here have got a good understanding of how we can deploy. I mean, we are talking about benchmarks, and that too on GI when we don't have even any Gen AI agents available at India. But that itself, we need to be prepared. At least if we are aware, we will be prepared for this, and some things are already available. The things that we make today, we will use it tomorrow for better Gen AI agents. So thank you all our panelists, Dr. Ashish, Dr. Aditya, Meg, everybody, Uma, madam, all the audience, everybody. So thank you all. We'll meet again after lunch. Yes, and a big round of applause for all of our guests.
will be chaired by our esteemed Professor Uma Rani Swami, Professor cum Deputy Director, and we have four papers before us, and there is an announcement. There is some change of thoughts. So, Sargadhara Bhatt will be presenting in the next presentation, and Sudhanshu Srivastava will be shifted to this session itself. So, please have knowledge for this. Now I hand it over to our Professor Uma Rani Swami.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think people are still on their way for this session, but time is very important, so let us begin this session. We have 4 presentations. We have 20 minutes for each person. We will take 15 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. I prefer to have discussion immediately after each paper so that audience do not forget what the speaker shared with us. So I invite Nimrita Kaul. I'm happy to see a first paper on Kashmiri, especially on Sharda script, which is one of the oldest scripts of our country.
Hello. Hi everyone, and thank you for being here. I know it's a tough session, especially after the lunch, but I'll try to keep it very short. So bear with me. Can I have the visual, please? But I can manage. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about Sharada. Sharada is a derivative of Brahmi script. It's the oldest script in Indian subcontinent. The origins of Sharada trace back to 3rd century, 4th century BCE. That's at the minimum. This was the primary script of Kashmir, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, and other northeastern parts of the Indian subcontinent. There was a Sharada Peeth. There is Sharada Peeth, which at present is in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. It was the oldest university of Indian subcontinent. Scholars from all over the world, from China, parts of the world, Buddhist scholars used to come, learn there, and then go back to their countries. Sharada was a medium for communication and learning. So, me and a team of my students have been working on preserving, conserving, and translating what is left of Sharada at present. Here's what's on the agenda today. I'm going to talk a little bit on the history, what is my objective, what methodology we followed, what were our results. And this is still a work in progress, so we are looking for inputs regarding benchmarking, either creating benchmark data sets or there's already something existing that we can use. That's welcome. All kinds of inputs are welcome. So Sharada is a word which derives from the name of Mother Saraswati, the goddess of learning. It's, as I said, one of the most ancient scripts of India. What you're seeing on your screens is a leaf from what's called Bakshali manuscript. It was found in Afghanistan and it traces back to 3rd century BCE. Bakshali manuscript is a mathematical treatise. It's a book of mathematics. This is the first time 0 is written in the history of mankind. It contains the first written 0. This is another inscription in Sharada found at the footstone of Kabul Ganesha. Kabul Ganesha is an idol of Lord Ganesha which was found in Afghanistan. It traces back to 7th century, and on its footstone you find an inscription again in Sharada. All the pictures that you're seeing on your screens are in public domain. This is Sharada alphabet. You can see that has a correspondence with Devanagari alphabet. The forms of alphabet are a little different here, and more or less there's a one-to-one correspondence in Devanagari and Sharda. So what we have left of Sharada with the change in rulership and all the things? Use of Sharada got less and less, and it is obsolete. Kashmiri now is written in Arabic and Sanskrit written in Devanagari. What we have left is a lot of manuscripts, handwritten books. They are lying in public libraries or individual owners in different parts of the world, in Germany, in Britain, in lots of parts of India also. These manuscripts are very torn, dilapidated.
Hello,
in a very...
ma'am, please on your mic.
It's on. Is it not working?
Hello. Ma'am, you are not audible. Please on your mic. Hello. You are not audible to me. Please on your mic.
I mean, can you check out what needs to be done?
Yes. Now you are audible. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have a lot of these manuscripts in different parts of the world, various public libraries, government libraries with individual owners, and they are very bad. They are torn, dilapidated, discolored, folded, dog-eared, and so on. So what a few people have done, they have tried to digitize these documents. They have tried to scan them and put them on public forums in a digitized version. What we did, we wanted to make a digitized, from the digitized versions, we wanted to make editable text. So we wanted to build an OCR for this. By the way, Sharda is also documented as, in UNESCO as a heritage script. So our objective is to build an OCR for these documents whose digitized versions are available publicly. What we had to do for this, the first step obviously was to get hold of all those documents, as many of them as we can. We downloaded, got access to these documents. Sometimes we had to approach individual owners also and get the books from them, digitize them ourselves. But majority of our input came from the publicly available data. Once we had that, we had to do a lot of image processing to enhance the scanned copies. Since the originals were in bad shape, the scanned copies were in bad shape too. We had to do image processing, a lot of that. Then we did a lot of manual data annotation. It took us around 6 months using Label Me tool to manually figure out the boundaries around individual characters, lines, and so on. Once that thing was done, we did additional data pre-processing like noise removal, skeletonization, we applied thresholding and all that. After that, the data set we have, we divided it into 37 groups. For each character group, we had each character class, we had a group. There was a group for numerals also. There was a group for characters which didn't belong to any of the other characters. And we built JSON files for each individual page. What you are seeing on screen is the challenges. It's just a tip of the iceberg. We faced a lot of challenges, and as I said, it's still a work in progress. What you are seeing on a screen is a handwritten line of text in Sharada, and it has been written, the ink has spread out, right? So the character boundaries have gotten fudged. Some character which should have ended there is getting into another character. With a dilated image, you can see you can't make out where are the boundaries for each character. So in this case, we had to do a lot of edge detection and thresholding and all that to get them into a form where you could identify an individual character. Once we did that, we found that there's a problem with characters which are conjoined. The characters, jinko compound characters kehte hain. So we got into problem there. Again, that took us a lot of time, a lot of ML to figure out how to sort this out. There are two ways in which characters can be conjoined in Sharada. One is you can horizontally join them together. There is also a problem with when you can join characters vertically, like you can see at the bottom of your screen. The horizontal joining is not problematic, but it's a lot more challenging when you are dealing with vertical connected characters. So here on screen you are seeing a page from Sharada. It's from Shri Krishna Stuti, and you are seeing its corresponding digitized JSON file, which tells you where is the boundary for each character in this page. So like this we did for around 900 pages, and we got all the data in JSON format. After that started our task of line segmentation and then character segmentation. Line segmentation, we used image processing. It was based on the proportion of pixel intensity. After line segmentation, character recognition or character segmentation started. For that, we used deep neural networks. The architecture that we used is an deep autoencoder and a convolutional recurrent neural network, CRRN. I am not to get into the technical nitty-gritties of it here, but and this was a two-step training because the data was scarce. We are looking at deep neural networks here, and you might have heard that as much, you require as much data as you can to train our model well. So we used a two-phase training, a kind of pre-training, and then we did a second-level training with CTC loss in order to train these networks. What we finally observed is that the OCR we have at present, and it's still a work in progress, is around 87% accurate, and we trained it of now on around 11,000 pairs of image, a page of text, and its corresponding digital version. So if you want to ask me why we chose convolutional RNN, it's because it gives me the benefit of both special information, special connectivity in the input, as well as the sequential connectivity in the input. As I told you, it's around 87% accurate right now, and it can be extended to other Brahmic scripts as well, which are most of the scripts in India at present. We are in the initial steps of trying to figure out an evaluation framework and to build a benchmark data set, and we are also on lookout for existing benchmark data sets, but I don't think there's anything regarding Sharda as of yet. If there is anything that I'm not aware of, I would love to know from you all. This is a part of my work which is funded by Department of Science and Technology. Thank you. And you're welcome to have any questions, comments, suggestions, advice, anything.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Nimrita. Wonderful to see how you are attempting to build an OCR for one of the most ancient scripts. Now the paper is open for discussion. We have 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Yes.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. So what's the size of the test corpus, and were those held out sentences or completely new set altogether?
They were held out sentences.
And what was
our total corpus around 5 GB.
In terms of, don't you decide in terms of corpus or sentence?
11,000 pages.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was also wondering if this text, are you hosting it on Wikimedia Commons, or there's also one section for books or literature specifically for ancient texts there as well?
Yeah, I recently wrote a book on Sharda. It's available on Google Books, free. And, regarding the dataset, it will be hosted.
Yeah.
But first, we'll be handing it over to Government of India, and then it will be in public domain.
Okay, yeah, for visibility, I think there is like some in Wikipedia also. There are projects for ancient texts as well, and hosting their transcribed output.
Sure, we'll be sharing it in public domain. Whatever is funded by government is going to be in public domain.
Okay, thank you.
For you as the chair, I was wondering, since you said you are using about 1,000 words or pages? Pages, how many words? 20,000 words. I think share the mic so I come here. Yes.
Out of these 11,000 words that we worked on, a lot of words were non-comprehensible. We couldn't work with them. They were so conjoined. We couldn't make out anything from them. So I think we are working with around 20 to 25,000 words, well-formed words.
Okay, so out of these words, how many letters you have in Sharda alphabet?
52, like Devanagari.
52.
Like Devanagari.
Okay,
And there are some special combinations.
Diacritics.
Yeah.
Okay, so out of this 52 plus whatever, so how many complex letters did you come across difficult for the OCR to handle?
I don't have the count, but especially ones where there are vertical joins, where the characters are on top of each other. जैसे ट के नीचे ठ आता है.
Mostly in consonants or even vowels?
Consonants.
It will be interesting to see where the complexity lies and how to, you have to see also the shape of the letter matters, right? What is happening and how we can refine the existing data set what you have. Maybe you have to identify what letters are having these
Correct.
problems, and then what kind of problems, maybe the vertical lines, the intensity of the problem may not be the same for all those letters which have the same kind of problem. And maybe you can devise a technique.
This problem not normal OC. We are talking about manuscript, handwritten documents. So every person has a different handwriting.
Exactly.
So we cannot, it's the problem domain is entirely different. If handwritten manuscripts, ancient manuscripts, it's torn, occluded, discolored manuscripts.
So the very fact that they are handwritten, they are readable because people were using them those days and that was understood by others. So one thing would be from handwritten text to develop an OCR, it's important to get the variations in the handwritings and map to a reasonable, acceptable letter or...
We are doing that. That's the part of the bigger work. It's a part of our work.
Anyway, it's an interesting one.
Thank
So
you very
maybe,
much.
so what is the main bench, because this conference is on benchmarking. So what is the benchmark you have for your work?
Benchmark doesn't exist because the work doesn't exist. So we are actually going to make a benchmark for us to catch up with.
Okay, so this is the first step of creating the
time.
data set
Yes.
and refining it, and you will put it into evaluation later on. All right, thank you. So now, thank you very much, Nimrita. So yes, we still have 4 minutes of her time, so she can take her time to go down. So the next speaker is online with us, Dr. Sana Niazi, right? Is the person there? All right, so the time is yours, 20 minutes, 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion.
Good afternoon. Am I audible to you all? Good afternoon.
Yes, you are very much audible, visible.
Okay. Can I share my screen with you? Wait.
From our technical team, please. Yes. Yes, madam. You can start.
Actually, it's not written. Wait. It's here.
The technical team, can you, yeah, the slides are now coming.
Okay.
So, can you see? What's your name? Sana.
Sana, you may proceed,
Yes.
please.
So,
Now it's
do you,
visible.
the technical team, can you press F full screen? If you're doing a PDF full screen, is it a PDF? Yes. All right, proceed. You can speak. Go to the first slide. Why is this slide?
Why the slides are not changing?
Exactly, that's exactly. Can you go to the first slide, slide 1?
It's not working from my side. I don't know why.
No, they are handling it. So
Wait.
Tejas. Tejas.
Sun, it is actually you have to, yeah, move.
But she says she cannot.
I think now
Sana, you
have an
access,
access.
so make it full screen and then go ahead.
But she's not able to do it. So Sana, can you go to your slide number 1?
Oh.
Just press full screen. Yeah, slide number 1. Now it's going on. All right, please proceed. You have also a co-author. Go on.
Okay. Fine.
The role of technology in enhancing language learning outcomes, a comparative study
Yeah.
of traditional
So, good
and
afternoon,
technological
everyone.
methods.
My name is Dr. Sana Niazi from Aligarh Muslim University, and I'm going to present my paper on the role of technology in enhancing language learning outcomes, a comparative study of traditional and technological methods. Okay, so this is the slide 2. Is this visible to you all?
Yes, can you make it full screen? Press F5. Yes.
Fine, is this visible?
Time, please. The slides are moving. Please speak on.
Okay, so language acquisition has always been a complex and dynamic process. So influenced by various methods of teaching and learning in the past, traditional language teaching methods. We know traditional language teaching methods, we have grammar translation methods, we have direct method, which focused heavily on memorization, repetition, and translation of text. While these methods have had their benefits, the advent of technology has created new opportunities to enhance the learning process. The proliferation of digital tools such as mobile apps, online platforms, and interactive software has significantly impacted how languages are taught and learned. These digital tools performed not only to make learning more engaging, but also to improve the overall effectiveness of language instruction. This paper explores the role of technology in enhancing language learning outcomes, particularly in English as a second language context. So through a comparative study, this research aims to highlight the differences between traditional and technological teaching methods, focusing on motivation, engagement, and language competencies. So my aims and objective of this study is to analyze the role of technology in improving language learning outcomes, compare the effectiveness of traditional versus technological methods in terms of student engagement, proficiency, and overall learning experience. To assess the challenges and benefits associated with integrating technology into language teaching, and provided a recommendation for educators and institutions on how to effectively incorporate technology in language teaching. Okay, so all right, let's talk about the literature on technology and language learning in a way that actually makes sense, and not just a bunch of citations thrown together. So first off, Brown in 2020 highlights how artificial intelligence is reshaping language education. AI is no longer just a heuristic concept. It's here helping students with the personalized feedback, chatbots, or for conversation practice, and even adaptive learning platforms that adjust to their skill level. It's making learning more efficient and tailored to individual needs. Then we have her talking about technology assisted language learning tool platforms. This is a huge because platforms like Duolingo, Babbel, and Rosetta Stone have transformed how people learn languages. These tools make learning more interactive, providing instant corrections real-world applications, and even gamification elements to keep learners motivated. When we talk about gamification, we have Koivisto and Sarsa in 2014 dive into how gamification enhances language acquisition. You know, instead of passive learning, gamification brings in rewards, leaderboards, challenges, and interactive tasks. This method taps into a psychology. Method taps into a psychology of motivation. People are more likely to stay engaged if there is a sense of achievement, whether it's unlocking new levels or in an app or earning badges. We have other, literature review related to this. So I'm going to skip this. So let's talk about traditional language method first. Traditional method learning, language learning methods we all know have been rooted in teacher-centered models, where the instructor is the primary source of knowledge. These methods focus on the explicit teaching of grammar, vocabulary, and sentence structure through textbook, worksheets, and classroom-based exercises. We all very much aware of that. So while these approaches have been effective in providing, foundational language knowledge, they often lack element of student engagement or activity. So one of the primary drawback of traditional method is the limited opportunity for real world language practice. Students are, often become passive recipient of knowledge with limited chances to engage in authentic language use or interact with the native speakers. Additionally, traditional methods may rely heavily on memorization or rote learning, which can be somehow like ineffective or developing practical language skills such as speaking and listening. Let's talk about technological methods in language learning. So technological advancement has revolutionized the way language is taught and learned. And language learning apps and AI-driven tools have introduced new dynamic approaches to language acquisition. These tools not only facilitate interactive learning by incorporating multimedia content, quizzes, games, and you get instant feedbacks also. So one of the key benefits of technology in language learning is the ability to provide personalized learning experience. Many digital tools adapt to individual learners' needs, allowing them to progress at their own pace. And additionally, technology enables students to access a wide range of authentic language material, such as podcasts, videos, articles, which help them to improve their language skills in real-world contexts. The flexibility of technology-based learning allows students to learn at their convenience, making it easier for them to practice language skills in diverse environment. Okay? So this is the comparison I'm trying to make between traditional and technological method. Let's talk about this artificial intelligence. We all know what is artificial intelligence, and these are some AI tools which are not only benefit for the students, but for the teachers as well. So I'm going to take one. Let's start from AI tutors. So AI tutors for students. AI tutors adapt to each student's needs, providing customized lessons. And for teachers, AI tutors provide instant feedback on students' performance, reducing teachers' workload, which is very important. Let's talk about here in IVA, that is Intelligent Virtual Assistant. For students, Virtual Assistant provide customized exercises for grammar, vocab, pronunciation, and writing. So a student can ask any question at any time and receive instant explanation. Through these apps, students work on their pronunciation with proper stress and intonation. Because like L2 learners hardly pay attention to these things, that is stress and intonation, right? Then we have this gamification. I've already talked so much about gamification. It's a total game changer. Imagine, learning English not through boring drills and repetitive grammar exercises, but through interactive games, challenges, and rewards. And think about apps, as I've already mentioned, Duolingo. They use leaderboards, streaks, and achievement badges to keep learners motivated. Every time you complete a lesson, you get points, unlock new levels, even compete with friends. That little dopamine boost makes people want to keep learning. It's not just apps. Teachers are bringing gamification into a classroom too. They are using, platforms like quizzes, turning quizzes into fast-paced competitive games. So students get, instant feedback, and it keeps them engaged way more than traditional MCQs. And the best part of the gamification is that it reduces fear of failure. Instead of feeling embarrassed about making mistakes, students see them as a part of game, just another challenge to overcome. So these are some apps, language learning apps, and their functions. So we have British Council apps, which we can use for improving language skills, pronunciation, grammar. So I'm not going to read each and every apps and their description. Rather, I'll switch over to the research methodology. So this study, adopts a mixed method approach, um, incorporating both quantitative and qualitative research methods to gain a comprehensive understanding of the role of technology in English language learning. To collect data, primary data basically, a self-designed questionnaire was created, and responses were gathered from 100 graduate students of Aligarh Muslim University. To ensure unbiased and representative data, the study utilized a simple random sampling method, allowing each participant an equal opportunity to be selected. So this method enhances the reliability of the findings and provides a balanced perspective on how students, perceive and utilize technology in the language learning journey. By combining both statistical insights, qualitative and personal experience qualitative data, the study aims to provide a deeper understanding of how AI, gamification, and technology-assisted platforms impact second language learners. So these are some key findings. So the study's result clearly highlights a shift, in student preferences when it comes to learning method. A significant 70% of respondents reported that they are not motivated by traditional teaching approaches, indicating a growing need for more engaging and interactive learning strategies. So this aligned with previous research such as Kivisto and Sarsa in 2014, which emphasizes the effectiveness of gamification in increasing students' engagement and motivation. Furthermore, an overwhelming, 80%, 80% of the participants believe that the technology enhances learning compared to traditional methods. This supports the argument made by Hubbard in 2019 on the effectiveness of TOL platforms, which provide personalized and adapted learning experience.
Sana, you
this
have,
TOL
excuse
is
me, Sana.
ground-
Sana, can you hear us? You have 2
Yes.
minutes to wind up your talk.
I mean, you people are not audible enough.
Audible,
Hello?
you have 2 minutes to finish.
Okay, fine. So fine, I'll tell you the summary of the findings. I'm not going to I'm like skipping some of the slides. So the study reveals a clear shift in learning preferences among students. Traditional method lack motivation, with 70% expressing dissatisfaction with textbooks and grammar exercises. In contrast, 80% believe technology enhances learning, highlights a strong preference for digital tools like apps and virtual classroom. So this is the summary, some of the recommendations. So the recommendation is blend traditional and digital methods while the technology is preferred. A balanced approach that includes structured lesson with interactive digital tool may work best. So use language apps and make learning more interactive through different games and quizzes. Even digital storytelling could further boost engagement and motivation. So, right. So this is the implication for educators and policymakers. So this study has key implication for educators and policymakers. So educators should integrate interactive and real-time feedback tools into language teaching to enhance engagement. Policymakers must ensure equal access to technology and resources for all students. Additionally, teachers training programs should include technology integration strategy, equipping educators with the skills to blend digital tools with traditional method, creating a more dynamic learning environment. So this is the future of technology in language learning slide, and these are some apps which are useful for language development, and all recommended these apps for my students as well. And this is the conclusion part. So in conclusion, the study highlights the significant role of technology in enhancing the language learning outcomes. Technological method provides students with the personalized, engaging, and flexible learning opportunity that are not possible with traditional method alone. The comparative analysis revealed that technology not only increases students' engagement, but also accelerates language proficiency, particularly in speaking and listening. So as language learning continues to evolve in the digital age, educators and institutions must embrace technology to create more dynamic and effective learning environment. By blending traditional and technological method, language learning can be made more accessible, engaging, and effective for learners worldwide.
Thank you, Sana. Can you hear us?
Wait.
Any questions from the audience? Yeah. Anybody?
Sana, can you hear us?
Yes.
Any questions from audience?
Thank you for the nice presentation. Technology seems to be.
Thank you so much.
Technology seems to be diverting our attention rather than increasing our attention span. So you are saying that these apps are there any apps to increase the attention span? That is one thing. And second, multiple language learning process, is there any such app that you could recommend to learn many languages through one app? particularly Indian languages?
Thank you so much. As you asked about the attention span apps, we have Brain HQ. We have Brain HQ app. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please proceed.
We
Yes.
have one app that is, if I'm not wrong, Focus Bear. So these are some apps which are, used for your, as you asked about the attention span.
I think, sir, what you were asking something related to the multiple sort of thing. I think she is not answering it, is it?
Your voice is not clear.
Sana, can you hear? I'm the chairperson speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question was, are you aware or would you like to recommend any app, a multilingual app that enables someone to study several Indian languages at the same time? That was the question raised by our participant here. Maybe some problem. Anyway, so technical team, are there any questions in the chat box? Because we don't have access here. I wish I had. I'm handicapped when we are talking about generative AI. I know. So I wish because this is a new hall, things are happening. I hope in the next month or so we may have state-of-the-art technology. All right, thank you, Sana, for being with us. Now we have two more speakers for the session, for this session. I would like to know whether Sudhanshu Srivastava is here, and then Kanimoli Suguna.
Yes, ma'am, I'm available.
So because we have technical problem, I would like to take the virtual presentation first to save time. All right, because already we are connected. So the rules are the same, 15 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for your discussion. Please don't take much time in your introduction part and then you have to rush through. Please make your points, yeah, please utilize your 15 minutes effectively.
Okay, ma'am.
Muli, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Do my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, screen is visible. Can you make full screen? Press F5 and go to the first slide. You are already on the conclusion.
I have changed to this one. 1 second, ma'am.
And technical team, can you please mute all other online participants? Everybody except the speaker.
Ma'am, I think my screen is visible right now.
Your screen is visible, you are audible. Now please proceed.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Dr. Yes, Kanmar Sugna, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Applications from Arvind Urbanization Arts and Science College. My topic is TAM OCR, Tamil Adaptive Morphological OCR with Deep Learning Based Benchmarking for Script Specific Challenges. So, in this research,
Kanimoli,
yes, ma'am.
your
Yes,
voice is not very clear. The volume is very low.
Now am I audible, ma'am?
You're audible. I'm talking about loudness. You're not loud enough.
Please keep your mic near your mouth. Yes.
சத்தம் சரியா கேட்கலாமா? கொஞ்சம் சத்தமாக பேசணும், இல்லைன்னா மைக்கை பக்கத்தில் வைக்கணும்.
மேம் இப்போ கேட்குதுங்களா?
நல்லா கேட்குது, இதே மாதிரி நல்லா பேசு.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So my topic is Tamil Adaptive Morphological OCR with Deep Learning Based Benchmarking for Script Specific Challenges. So in this topic, we are going to concentrate on OCR, Optical Character Recognition. So in which we are going to focus on palm leaf manuscript. So in the morphological optical character recognition has certain features. The few features are handles complex script variations, enhances character segmentation, improves accuracy for noisy and aged documents, and uses morphological attention mechanism. So when we are going on for Tamil characters, we have to focus on its root words, suffixes, prefixes, and ligatures. So many poets from ancient India, they have written so many poems and so many text in palm leaf, which is highly difficult to identify, recognize those characters in recent trends. So with the implementation of, with the utilization of artificial intelligence technique and machine learning, deep learning concepts, it is very convenient, convenient for to identify the characters. So to identify the handle complex scriptive variations, we are adapting to identifying styles, fonts, and handwritten text variations. Even in current day, each and every individual's handwriting is getting differed from one person to another person. Whereas in case of ancient, they were dependent on palm leaf and the tool which they have used, in which in recent times the palm leaves are getting torn or dilated. So we are going on for character segmentation. In character segmentation, we have to check for what is it exact character, and we have to identify each and individual character to form a cluster. So that comes under morphological analysis. So in case of Tamil, we are having some text, some characters ik, ku, and we have to frame a text ik, ku. So we have to identify whether these two can form a character. First, we have to identify character, and we have to check whether these two characters can be combined or not. So next part is improving the accuracy for noisy and aged documents. When the days are getting passed by, it is highly difficult to identify what are all the characters, and then it is highly difficult to analyze what might be the next character too, because the characters written are getting eroded day by day. Yeah, there is a and palm leaf வந்துட்டு damage ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிருது. So in that case, we are going on for dilation, erosion, and skeletonization. So in case of dilation, we are going on for digitizing the content, and after digitizing the content, we have to identify the characters. So in case of dilation, we are applying expanding the boundaries. So characters, we have certain characters. In that characters, we are identifying some certain boundaries. And if you are in digitization, we will be talking in terms of pixels. So in case of pixels, if I am fixing the pixel combination of 11 cross 11 or 13 cross 13, if I am unable to identify then too, then we have to go on for increasing the boundary condition. So this will be coming under dilation. In case of erosion, we will be focusing on minimizing the boundary level. Whereas in case of skeletonization, we are going for we have to identify whether the character is written very thin phrase or thick phrase. So in case of styling, when we are typing in Word, we are having certain fonts which are very thin enough, and certain fonts, even if we are not bolding the text content, it is very looking like bold content. So skeletonization does the role of identifying, even if identifying the characters, even if it is very, even the number of pixels occupied is very less. So the main advantage of doing this processes to restore the broken or degraded characters. Next part is the morphological attention mechanism. So in case of morphological attention mechanism, we have to identify character dependencies and diacritic sensitivity and curved handwriting variations. So in this case of character dependencies, in case of Tamil, we are having உயிரெழுத்துக்கள், மெய்யெழுத்துக்கள், and we have to identify which character should be get terminated in a word. Whether all the characters can be applicable, or in case of language proficiency, we will be going on for poetic mode, certain characters will be utilized besides the normal content. So these conditions we have to identify in case of morphological attention mechanism. So next case is, this is the introduction. This is the general OCR model. We by default utilized by most of the researchers. We have to collect the images, train the images, do some pre-processing techniques, segment the features, and do the training process. Then we will be converting those training models to images to a model. Then we will be going on for testing the content. So in case of testing, we will be giving input images, pre-process the input images. Again, we are doing the process of segmentation. Then we are going for recognition. In case of recognition, we will be utilizing the images which we have obtained as output in the form of model file. So after doing the recognition process, we will be going on for the recognition does the role of classification in identifying which character format that particular alphabet might be. That will be our OCR output. So the basic challenges in Tamil OCR is complex characters, script variations, and document quality. Document quality does the major role because as the documents are getting aged, it is highly difficult to recognize the images, and as well as it is highly difficult in identifying the missing alphabets too. So in case of curved characters, so in case of too much of curving, we will be highly difficult to identify or highly difficult to separate one character from other characters. So these are all the basic challenges. Next, limitations of existing system focuses on traditional approaches, statistical techniques, and machine learning. So in case of machine learning methods, basic machine learning methods are highly difficult, and to overcome these one, we are getting into deep learning models. So some of the deep learning models are convolutional neural network or recurrent neural networks, and some pre-trained models are available, so that it will number of layers will be there. We will be in general, all these deep learning models will be having of 3 layers: input, hidden, and output layers. Input layer we will be providing the input, and in case of hidden layers, we will be giving input in different formats. So in case of scripting, we have to provide different styles of writing as input, and also we have to train with some handwritten characters too. So how the from the ancient day, from current till date, how the changes has been made. So in case of Tamil adaptive, the proposed method is Tamil adaptive morphological OCR. So morphological segmentation, we have to perform deep learning based recognition. In deep learning based recognition, we are working on with hybrid morphological attention transformer. It is the hybrid of both basic morphological concepts, erosion, dilation, and self-skeletonization process will be there. And along with that, we are going on for self-attention of character dependencies, diacritic sensitivity, and curved handwritten variations. So next point is, we are using adaptive learning concept also is implemented. In case of if there might be some characters which is highly difficult to identify. So some characters, some dot, semicolon, or some hyphen, we have to justify whether it is a special characters or it comes along with the direct character itself. So also we have to focus on context aware corrections too. So context aware correction is, we have to check for spellings, rules, and everything has to be focused. In case of English and Tamil, we are having grammar, and grammars have to be focused whether the rules are applied correctly or not. So all the characters have to be identified, and then word identification or clustering is done. And after clustering, we have to check whether the rules are applied correctly, and also we have to go on for spell checking. So we are planning to make a benchmark evaluation based on different OCR models, character level and word level accuracies. So this is our proposed architecture. So user will be providing the text, and in the OCR system we will be having raw Tamil text printed or handwritten, and we will be doing the cleaning process. Pre-processing module will be there. Then we will be obtaining the pre-processed image data, and after that the obtained segment characters will be given as input to our hybrid morphological attention transformer. It does the process of morphological segmentation, character embeddings generator, self-attention mechanism, and domain adaptation. So the output of this HMAT will be given as input to OCR model. A neural network processing will be there, deep learning, character classification, and recognized Tamil text. Finally, we will be evaluating the data which we have obtained, whether the process has given us exact result and we are able to get meaningful words and sentences. So this is the overall working mechanism of HMAT. So 4 phases will be there: morphological segmentation, character embedding, self-attention, and domain adaptation. So this is the OCR system, how it works. So in case of OCR, we will be OCR data, we will be providing OCR data set as well as user data set to the HMAT. And from HMAT, we are going on with morphological segmentation, character embedding, self-attention, and domain adaptation. We will be having a block of deep learning framework, which will be given given as input for neural network processing and benchmarking framework. So at the end, we will be getting the text, which will be the exact word which we have to identify whether it is correct or not. So in case of evaluation and benchmarking, we are focusing on standardized metrics, benchmarking factors, and scoring mechanism. So scoring mechanism, we have to identify what are all the comparative assessment we can perform, either with the earlier existing models or with the current models, current running literature models. We have to check it up. And experimental setup and data sets, we have collected some data sets from already available palm leaf character data sets, and we are working on that one. So also we are working on with identifying handwritten characters. So pre-processing, image enhancement and noise reduction will be performed, and last one is training with testing also will be done. So expected outcome of the impact is we are trying to identify OCR adaptability in recognition of characters, accurate recognition of characters, and reduced high accuracy and precision with reduced errors. So as a conclusion, we would like to convey that improved OCR method is needed for getting the essence of the ancient scripting of various poets and their written languages. So in this one, we are extending models. In case of future research, we are trying to collaborate with higher other universities, and worldwide we are trying to collaborate, and we are trying to implement the concept for OCR recognition. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kanimuli, for introducing your HMAT model for recognizing Tamil script from palm leaves and handwritten manuscripts. Now the paper is open for discussion. Questions, comments, feedback? Anybody? Audience, any questions? Technical team, can you check the chat box if there are any queries?
Yes, ma'am. Few minutes, ma'am.
So, Kanimoli chat box.
I don't have any in-call messages, ma'am.
Okay, so then let me ask you a question. It's interesting what you're doing. Can you tell me the size of the... One moment. Poirada Iruma. So, so I'm just curious to know what is the size. Can you mute yourself till I complete my query? Can you mute yourself and then you can open your mic when you respond? My question is, what is the size of your corpus? Can you tell me the size of your corpus?
The corpus data set is coming around 2 GB of data, ma'am.
2? Very small.
2 gigabytes.
Gigabytes, okay, yeah. So, okay. So, but can you tell me how much of those are from palm leaves manuscripts? Can you tell me the size? Can you bifurcate into handwritten data, how much you have, and the data from palm leaves? Question Puridama. Hello? Kanimani, are you there?
Hello, ma'am. In case of palm leaf, I am having 2 GB of data, and whereas in case of handwritten objects, I am having 1.6 GB of data.
And when you test this and you were trying to do morphological dilation, skeletonalization, etc. So in those, which part of the data gave you more errors? Is it recognition from the palm leaves or from the handwritten Tamil script?
I am getting mostly from morphology palm leaf, ma'am. Because due to the quality of the palm leaf, we are getting more errors in palm leaf only, ma'am, in comparison to handwritten.
Okay. So, all right. So, best of luck for your work, since we have one more paper to go and we are running short of time. I'm just saying bye to you. Valthukal.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Romba nandri, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Now we invite the last speaker for this session, who is very patiently waiting. Sudhanshu Srivastava. Yes. So we have an in-person presentation on fast and small footprint hybrid HMM Hyphagon based system for speech synthesis in Indian language. Interesting, you're doing HMM. So I used to work on HMM in the 90s. Let's see what you have got now.
Everyone, I hope I'm audible. The screen visible. Yeah. So this is Sudhanshu. The talk title is Fast and Small Footprint HMM Hyphagon based Speech Synthesis for Indian Languages. And here are the list of co-authors. So this slide begins the outline of the presentation. We'll start with a quick overview of text-to speech synthesis systems and the types. Then we'll look at the observation literature and proposed approach along with experiments and results. So a TTS system essentially converts to speech. Among the different paradigms, the first one is concatenative speech synthesis. The second one is HMM based speech synthesis, also known as HT. And the third one is neural network based, more recently implemented. Let's look at each one of them. So concatenative speech synthesis is also known as unit section synthesis. In USS, an ample amount of clean labeled speech is spliced and stored. Synthesis is formed by concatenation of the spliced units. For example, this picture shows the sentence there is SVL being synthesized by splicing existing sentences. So it is data robust, offers high quality timber and prosody along with fast training and synthesis, and computational less intense. However, joints can be abrupt in cases to which waveforms are perceived as overlapping nature. Next, we look at HMM based TTS. So a certain set of features called linguistic specification are extracted from speech corpus, and they are modeled using HMMs for any test text. We use the HMM state to generate acoustic features, and we pass those features to a vocal synthesis. Just explain in a while what vocals are. So this is also data robust and offers flexibility in styles and expression, but the biggest limitation is phonetic nature of generated speech. I'll share links with examples for that. This is the typical structure of an end-to-end speech synthesis module. There are two parts to it. The first part trains text with a certain set of features, and the block E2E TS train could have different architecture, tachotron, fast speech 2. Those essentially are made up of basic neural network blocks, like LSTMs, transformers, or any other block of choice. And this is an example vocoder. In the image, the vocoder is reconstructing the waveform conditioning on Bell spectrograms. So it is worthwhile mentioning the new paradigms of TS approaches. Yeah. Those synthesis quality is very good and there's more data processing required. E2E systems have high sensitivity to data and the data requirement is quite huge. We observe degradation of quality in longer sentences and in contexts. And there are cases of missing words and artifact creation as well. Let us look at the motivation. So India is home to 122 major languages with 1576 other languages, along with 22 being official. This diversity leads to a lack of data, making Indian languages digitally resourced. And as we know, each system has its own set of advantages and disadvantages, like HTS, robotics, and E2 high data and compute requirements. So we aim to create high systems, better synthesis quality, low footprint, and high reference speed. So we propose approaches that combine HTML-based methods with new network-based methods. So first we use histogram equalization as a technique obtained from vision. And then we remove the HTML bridge by directly training HMMs on features required by the coder. So let us talk about histogram equalization first. So histogram equalization is essentially a technique for mapping one distribution to another. Primarily, it was built for computer vision to bring out contrast in an image, and it has been used in the domain of automatic speech recognition to eliminate front noise. This is perhaps the first case of IQ in text speech synthesis domain. And we use MEL spectrograms as the feature of our choice. This is obtained by windowing the audio signal and applying discrete Fourier transform, thus converting the signal to frequency domain. MEL filters are applied to mimic the human ear's perception. There is extensive work in literature for spectrograms. So the idea is to transform the HT generated audio of a test sentence such that it is closer to the original audio. So first we train an HTS and waveflow module, which is a typical encoder with ground truth dataset. Then we generate forms of the ground text in the HT framework. We extract the MEL spectrograms of files across HT generated wave and source wave and store. So post this, the new dimension of individual file would become number of frames into number of MEL filters. Now for each MEL filter, we put all files across HTS and draw histogram of it. We do the same for each MEL filter in original audio. After this, we see for each MEL filter there is a strong relation between the histogram of HTS and the original audio. So for example, for the fifth MEL filter in example here, we see the histograms obtained after pooling on the HTS and the spectra have a very similar relation. So when this text comes, we synthesize its HTS wave, and then for each MEL filter of every frame, we find the corresponding bin belongs to in the HTS histogram, and then we replace with the mean value of the same bin, the same filter source histogram. I'll just explain with an example. Then we pass the transformed MEL spectrogram to synthesis to a vocoder module. So, for example, suppose -11 is there in my test sentence, in my test MEL filters bin. -11 would somewhere be here. So I find the corresponding bin in the source spectrogram, and then I replace this -11 with the mean value of this bin. So something like this is done. So this is what the that looks like. So mathematically, let Xi be the transformation of the ith MEL filter, Y be the test MEL spectrogram, and like Y is the MEL spectrogram that we get from the HTS synthesis test sentence. Then we find the HTS histogram corresponding to this value, and then one-to-one transformation, we take the mean value of the original histogram and then replace it, and we for all entries, then we pass new transformed MEL spectrogram to wave for synthesis. So we have used monolingual Hindi and female data sets, the Indic TTS data set, and the evaluation done using degradation mean opinion score (DMOS) and pairwise comparison scores or PC test. So I'll just explain what the evaluation measures are. So in DMOS, a number of net listeners has to evaluate utterances after listening on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being fair and 5 human like. The model utterances along with natural utterances are presented in random order, and the natural utterances are for reference. For example, there are speakers who will rate all the waves in between 1 and 2. So we need a method for normalizing the score of all waves. So based on the score they've given natural references, we scale up the references of our model. So coming to that slide, so we used 15 native speakers for PC test and 15 native speakers and a total of 25 sentences for DMOS. So we can see from this table that HTS plus HQ plus WaveGlow outperforms normal HTS. We also see the same in PC test. I'll just play a link for comparison. I just hope. No, there are just audio samples to play. So there will be audio samples, and in the first one we'll hear there will be some robotic nature, and in the second one it will be slightly removed, and then one more approach after that gets slightly better. Then even have some baseline web there. I just hope the internet is active. No, this is the waveform are on this link. I'm not able to play them. Yeah, I'll just explain the second method. Just try. Yeah. So, okay. So this approach primarily works on getting all results comparable to neural network-based fast-speed systems with much less footprint. So all the above method was fast, and the lookup table size was in kilobytes. The overhead was waveform regeneration and equalization. For a test, the features were replaced with ones calculated after histogram equalization. So in this one, we remove the bridge of histogram equalization by proposing hybrid TTS, which is directly trained on MEL spectrograms and HMMs, and instead of using WaveGlow with time, WaveGlow-based vocoders were used with based vocoders. We used a new vocoder called HiFi and then combined to generate TTS. So the architecture is fairly similar. The modified HTS on M, HTS on MEL spectrum, which is presented as HTS M, and conventional Hi-Fi GAN, which is as Hi-Fi GAN C. During synthesis, the test sentences pass through HTSM system, and the corresponding spectrogram pass through Hi-Fi GAN to generate the final speed output. So this is, we noted that the conventional HTS systems use 34 MEL filters, whereas we have increased it to 120 and 80 MEL filters in our case. We see that the resolution increase of the spectrograms in these figures. Like they carry much more information than conventional 34 MELs carry. So monolink Hindi and Kannada mail used for training. Speech and histogram equalized systems are considered as baselines, and DMOS and PC tests were performed to evaluate the models. So we see in the by table 3 and 4 that the model performs fairly well. In fact, it outperforms fast speech Kannada model. And the important point to note, the MEL spectrogram generator part of the proposed model is 15.9 MB compared to 146 MB of fast speech, and this is in time of single CPU in user mode of an 8-word sentence, which is 0.488 seconds compared to 3.91 seconds of fast speech. And by the PC results, again we see the core system favored the HQ system. So besides fast inference, one of the primary advantage of the proposed system is small footprint size and fast inference. These are the differences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's indeed an interesting proposal. Do you want to try once again your link, or you have 1 minute before I take up questions?
Hello, I can share it offline as well. It is
Okay.
it is opening in mine. I think currently there is some fire issue with CIILs and then it is not opening.
All right. So maybe okay. So maybe you can share it in Google Meet, or you give it a technical team, they can share it thereafter.
Can I do it immediately or
You can try for a minute while we take questions, then get it up. All right. So this paper is open for discussion. Any comments, feedback, anything that bothering you? Maybe you should tell in 2 minutes what exactly,
I think the link is
because
open, it
they will
be a
understand. It
better
was
help.
highly technical for some of you here. So you can, he was trying to say that by combining, why don't you explain?
I have the
that?
link up and active in my system, so I'll just play it.
Mm.
Okay, so this is a traditional HTS system. So this is a traditional HTS system.
ने उस लड़के से कहा तुम कल नदी के किनारे मिलो.
Okay, and this was the system which we were able to get using program equation.
सुकरात ने उस लड़के से कहा कि तुम कल मुझे नदी के किनारे मिलो.
So if you see there is it is slightly better, and in the second system which we get is this.
सुकरात ने उस लड़के से कहा कि तुम कल मुझे नदी के किनारे मिलो.
So comparatively better in the traditional HTS. I'll just say that again for reference.
सुकरात ने उस लड़के से कहा कि तुम कल मुझे नदी के किनारे मिलो.
So I'll just play them again. So this is the conventional HTS model.
सुकरात ने उस लड़के से कहा तुम कल मुझे नदी के किनारे मिलो.
And this is what we propose.
सुकरात ने उस लड़के से कहा कि तुम कल मुझे नदी के किनारे मिलो.
I think you'll need phones to exactly evaluate, but I believe even from the demo score that there's the waves are in terms of
Basic idea is he compared two models. One is the conventional HTS, and then he had used some minimum high-gun model, and that enhances the quality of the utterances themselves and yielded better results. He has tried for him in Canada. So any questions? Anybody? Any questions from the audience? No. So I myself, I would like to first of all congratulate you once again. And my question to you is, you said 25 sentences for the first model with the Hindi male and female. In my opinion, that is too less in order to build huge benchmark to correct the error. Also, maybe it's the beginning of your work.
So it was part of work which I did at college, and it takes about 15 minutes for each evaluator to listen it properly and then evaluate. So even if I suppose augment the test set, I would increase the number of speakers evaluating rather than the corpus size of the test.
Okay,
set.
so not only the corpus size, and also you said Hindi model outperformed the Kannada one.
Yes.
I remember the score something like 63.3 and
Yes,
60 point something
so-
it is there. So, but are the data sets comparable given the fact they belong to two different language families?
So test sentences are same and the train set is same for both the model, but there was this problem of agglutination which will be familiar
Yeah,
of
exactly.
in
That's what I'm
Dravidian
saying.
language.
There is linguistic complexity between these language families that needs to be. So you cannot come. It's like comparing apples and oranges. But nevertheless, you wanted to say like I wouldn't compare and say Hindi outperformed Kannada. Instead, I would say
There's an impression. Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. So the Kannada's proposed model outperformed Kannada's fast model. There's no comparison between.
Okay.
languages,
so
only the
yeah,
model.
so model.
And that is because there is this case of agglutination in Dravidian language. There was
Yes.
no such case in Indo-Aryan.
Okay,
that's
so
why-
that we're getting late now. So one last question, please correct one of the facts which you put in your slide. You said there are 122 major Indian languages. They have only 22 major Indian languages.
The 22 of Indian
22, that 22 or 99, the official languages are called as scheduled languages, and 99 non-scheduled languages. All right,
Okay.
this is something small, but you need to update the slide. All right, so I take this opportunity to thank all the participants, and we finished on time. We started 20 minutes late, but we are on time. I thank all the presenters and the audience for your patience, for your interactions. Thank you.
Thank you for presenters. Out of four, we had two virtual papers here. And I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Umarani Papusamy, Professor Umarani Papusamy, for graciously leading this session. Thank you. Thank you once again. And we could see in that merging effect between the presentation. Thank you once again. Soon we are going to begin our next session. We'll break it for tea now, and after tea is ready, I hope. Yeah. Soon after break, we are assembling. Thank you for showing this break.
Oh, that's by online. Okay. And the name of the person? Okay. The second presentation is by Gurdeep Singh, and the title of the presentation is System for Automatic Translation of Punjabi Text into Indian Sign Language using Synthetic Animation. So we have two very interesting and very engaging papers. Without a delay, let us move into the presentations. I would first like to give the chance to the first presenter. So Shraddhara ji, please go ahead. You have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. That's the format. Okay, so please keep time. I'll give you a reminder also.
I can okay, okay, and mouse is here. So good evening all, and it's my pleasure to be here to attend the session. After so many years, I am attending such session. So today we are here to discuss about benchmarking in AI tools for Indian languages and why we are here. So let me explain. First of all, I introduce you all. We are India is a diverse nation with diversity of languages, culture, and religion as well. We have 22 official languages and 1600 plus various dialects across the nation, and we want to do something for our Indian languages because now the world is behind technology, and technology means very fast, very fast, very fast world. And we are in such situation, some languages are so much in endangered situation. I am Gujarati, so I feel for my language there are so less vocabulary, and it is going to be more less, more less, more less because people are running behind technology, people are running behind some situation for fast life and to earn somewhere else, and this is the situation in Gujarat. So people do not care for their language and do not care for their preserving the documents. So I wanted to be in this field because I am an engineer, so I like to be a technical person. But for my language also, it was a pleasure to do something and to contribute. That's why I am here today, and what we are doing with AI, how we will do it, and how we can preserve it, and we can do something more in improvement in the path of improvement. So evaluation is important, and how it is important we will discuss, and presentation will cover all AI processes as well as AI implementation changes and AI ethical concerns across all Indic languages. So let us start the session. First of all, what are the promises of AI? So bridging the digital divide. India is such a country where people will avoid to speak in English like me. So we want to educate the people in our language first, and it will be possible because of digital divide bridging. Because people have smartphones in villages also, but they don't have the connectivity with what, because they don't know English, and some things are possible in English only. So if we want to educate people through remote area of our country, we should be actually powerful in digital bridging, and AI will help us. The other point is language preservation. As discussed earlier, we want to preserve some scripts, some vocabularies, some nuances of our languages and culture as well. That's why AI is very useful. And, similarly, enhance accessibility, speech for text data as well. Because some words are spoken in some region in some particular manner, and the same word will be spoken in the some particular region, let us say 5 kilometers away from a particular point. It will be spoken in the other manner. So we are not in such situation to identify the meaning of these words. So it will actually enhance the accessibility of vocabulary, words, and all other language aspects. Now, what is the evaluation need? What is the benchmark need? If we go for accuracy assessment, if we go for fairness detection, if we go for usability metrics, and if we go for security verification, all other aspects will be covered in the benchmarking. So first of all, what is benchmarking? In my knowledge, benchmarking is a process to review something, whatever you are going for project, that project will be reviewed, then it will be compared with other models or other systems which are already preserved in ancient times to nowadays, and to improve it. So this is the process of reviewing and comparing, and then to reach the result of improvement. And what are the challenges in AI benchmarking? So AI benchmarking is not so much easy because I have worked a lot in translation field as a freelancer, and worked with Ola Trim as well for 1.5 years, and there I learnt about AI. And what we were doing, we were creating just data sets. Data sets means prompt and response, prompt response. But for an example, if I am working with a physics topic and I am asked about Newton's third law of motion, create the prompts for Newton's third law of motion and generate the responses as well. So how I should write? Because we need some data which will be used for all category of students. Standard 8 student will explain it in some other way, and the same thing will be explained by a college student who is a research fellow. It will be something enhanced topic. So how I should train my model? I have to train the model in that way, that's why it will give me the answer as per my expectation. So we have to be very, very precise, and as we are working with Indian language, so dialectal variations are there. Like let us say speed को हम बोलते हैं हिंदी में जल्द जल्द, और उसके लिए साइंटिफिक वर्ड होता है वेग मीन्स वेलोसिटी. सो डायलेक्टल वेरिएशन जब होंगे तब क्या होगा कि मुझे जैसे बोलना होगा कि हवा का दबाव कम करने से वॉल्यूम बढ़ता है, तो वही चीज में अगर ट्रांसलेट करूं तो मॉडल क्या देगा कि हवा वो विंड लिख सकता है और एयर भी लिख सकता है. बिकॉज वी आर टॉकिंग इन साइंटिफिक टॉपिक on this in that context it will be air pressure, not wind pressure. Okay, so dialectal variations are in Indian languages, and code switching means scripts. When I was working with AI models, I found some script mixing. Means गुजराती में जैसे बोलते हैं कि केम छो, तो केम गुजराती में आएगा लेकिन छो आएगा या तो देवनागरी स्क्रिप्ट में या तो फिर आएगा इंग्लिश में. तो ये कोड स्विचिंग मिक्स ऑफ लैंग्वेज also was found, and data scarcity is there because we are behind technology, and digitization is so much fast, but we don't have so much data. So data scarcity is the main problem, and it's a challenge to train the model in all the domains. And the final is standardization issue. Means who will standardize? Who will define the standardization or mark benchmarking? So it will be user-centric only. So these are my observations throughout the 15 years, and whatever was that, it was in this picture. and this case of code switching was actually found in English. Means Hindi was written in Roman script. Then I found this so much. Now, what are the dark sides? So, dark sides are we hear about the news. Someone called for somebody if your son or daughter is working somewhere, studying somewhere. We got some familiar voice on the phone. Oh, he or she is injured in the accident and so on. So rush to the hospital, and before that we start the operation. So you deposit so and so amount, and people in hurry can't think about this because of voice cloning. What they think कि ये तो मैं जानता हूँ उन्हीं की आवाज़ थी तो चलो मैं पैसे दे देता हूँ, and this is the possibility of cheating. And deepfakes. Deepfakes means sometimes we are misled or misguided by some misinformation spread by AI tools using voice cloning, using this data theft, etc. And algorithmic bias means early session, Mr. Kulkarni said biased responses will be retrieved because we have trained the model in such a particular way with some particular data only, so it will give a biased answer, not a neutral answer. So what should be the recommendations and solution to decide some benchmarks? So we should have some data sets in open source mode. If we have open source data sets in large volume, we can train the model at the peak of the performance, because we will have some data for all the domains and for all the languages, and it will help us. Fitness audit should be continuously done, means model is trained for some topic, for some language, then it should be evaluated continuously and periodically, and sometimes some situations occur. Like in our country, there are election seasons all time, I think. Sometimes it is in between, it is called in टर्म पे आता है, ऐसे चुनाव होते हैं तब वो हाँ मिड टर्म सॉरी सो उस टाइम क्या होता है कि आचार संहिता मीन्स कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लागू हो जाता है, तो एट दैट टाइम मॉडल शुड नॉट आंसर अबाउट एनी पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चंस. दिस इज first neutrality concept of our model. It should be there. Then sometimes some religious concepts are there, and sometimes some social threats are there. So one should not consider such nonsense questions and such queries and should not answer about this. So fairness audits is required to avoid such situation. And every time we cannot do. We can talk about Modi, but not at the time of election. So before election, we should have such fairness audits regularly, and I think it should be done every month before our elections. This is the example. There are some more situations for that we can apply this method for fairness audit. Now we can come to the public awareness. So how AI will be beneficial for all of our people. So we have to launch some awareness programs for public forums, and with the help of some NGOs, government initiatives, and institutes like CIIL. We hear all literate people, but we should go to the public also to arrange some scenario and to educate people about AI and such technologies. So it will reach to the ground level, and it will actually beneficial for all of us to avoid situation whatever we discussed earlier. And ethical guidelines should be there. Now what is ethical guideline? तो हर एक प्रोसेस में जैसे हमारी कंट्री है, in India there are so many languages, so many religions, so many cultures. We are living together but with our culture only. So there should not be a concept to insult anybody or to declare anybody or anybody's feelings. So ethical guidelines should be provided to the model, and not there is, I think there should not be a universal model for all of us, because we all have different culture, different language, and all languages have some different nuances, different grammar, and different structures. So we should build such that is my suggestion. We should build such model for each language differently and for all domains differently, because sometimes I found in translation, when I was totally working in translation field, what I see with Google Translate, with Index, with Bingo, etc., there were some different results, because they are feeded some particular dictionary only. So we have to build some dictionary for physics only, for some maths only, for some cultural nuances only. That will help a lot actually, because I faced all these problems. Yeah. And conclude करें तो linguistic inclusion is required, and AI must serve all Indian speakers, because AI for Indic language is not only for only literate people with English only, and rigorous evaluation is required as discussed, and benchmarking ensure the quality. Collaborative approach is required for all stakeholders, as we discussed, with help of NGOs, etc. And in future, I hope we all will work together and prepare benchmark for AI.
Should we take the questions right? Okay, so questions if any. You can turn on your mic and ask questions. If no, then I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
The first one is related to what are your findings? You discussed about the wisdom on AI and certain efficacies and things that should be cool about. But what are your particular findings? That's one thing that I would like to know from you.
My particular findings are mentioned in paper. Because of lack of time, I have not displayed here. And my findings say we should work with data security first, because sometimes we are working
That is something everyone.
Yeah.
We all agree to you.
But nobody is trying to develop a model in such way. This is my
That is
suggestion.
also not true. Everyone is protective about it. The point is there something that you tried and found some result which you would like to share with us?
Yeah. Sometimes I found hallucination of models and repetitive responses from the model. We should have some different kind of data sets.
Recursivity.
Yeah. And sometimes response generation or requirement should be developed as per our requirement. Means जैसे हमने जो बात की अभी न्यूटन थर्ड लॉ ऑफ मोशन, फिर एक जो मिला था वो था कि डोमेन स्पेसिफिक डेटा शुड बी देयर, बिकॉज आई हैव फेस्ड सच प्रॉब्लम्स विद ट्रांसलेशन, एंड व्हेन यू लोडेड so much work, you need some tools, but tools should be helpful, and actually helpful तब होगा जब हमें डोमेन स्पेसिफिक
presentation?
Audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So actually, I am doing my travel.
Are you able to present your paper now? Gurdeep?
Gurdeep, would you be able to present today? I think you are still traveling and you are muted also.
My screen is visible, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes, yes. It's visible.
Yes, Gurdeep, you are audible.
I am Gurdeep, System Professor, Department of Computer Science, my presentation title is a System for Automatic Translation of Punjabi text into Indian Sign Language using synthetic animation. So these are the outline of my presentation. Introduction, then objective literature review, architecture, and finally we will come on the related references. So this is the introduction. So basically, as we know, sign language is a gesture-based language used by the people to communicate with each other and hearing individuals. So we know they do not directly communicate with hearing people. So they can use sign language to exchange idea, thoughts, feeling, and emotions. So we can say the sign language is the mother language of deaf community. This is the main thing that the sign language varies from country to country, even from one region to another region. So there is no standardized form of sign language in India, even in the world. There is no standardized grammar rules for sign language till now. Even in India or in Punjab, it is complicated for normal people to communicate with deaf people without the help of interpreter. And in Punjab, I can say the availability of the interpreter all the time, it is very costly also. So sign language used to dimensional space on the body to represent any word. So it is the current need of the sign to develop a translation system that translates Indian language into Indian sign language. So basically, because in India there is no standard form of Indian sign language, there is no grammar used for translation. So we have to try to develop a system that have translate the Punjabi text into Indian sign language. So that we have the Punjabi people to learn sign language and also they can communicate their child and other people who with the help of sign language. So these are the objectives of our research. One is to understand Indian sign language and its grammar. Secondly, to find various Indian sign language grammar relation Punjabi text. The third one is to develop a bilingual dictionary for Punjabi text in Indian sign language translation system. The fourth one is to integrate various Punjabi analytic tools like Sonar, map of speech segment, word map, Punjabi to English translator, extra for developing the translation system. And we have also we will use the already existing tools and modify them as per the requirement. The last one is the development algorithm for translating Punjabi text to English sign language using synthetic animation. So this is the literature survey. In India, lots of work has been done already in Indian sign language, but we can say this is the dictionary released in 2006 for Sultan et al. natural gas coming with converting to 237 railway station into Indian Sign Language using synthetic animation. In 2015, basic Punjabi was dictionary in 2016, Hindi dictionary developed using synthetic animation. In 2015, Lalit Ball and Vishal had developed the system which will successfully translate simple English sentences into Indian Sign Language using synthetic animation. In 2020, Amandeep Singh Tangal has successfully developed dictionary which have only 100 basic words using synthetic animation. In 2021, Chagdar have developed the dictionary which have only 200 basic English sentences and have science error rate as 10.50. In 2022, Amandeep Singh Tangal has developed a translation system which have only 100 basic words for English, Punjabi and Hindi. This system translates the sign language into synthetic animation. And some ISL expert of Punjab have verified these signs. In 2022, 200 basic sentences of English tested by Dr. Sharma, and the system have used this synthetic animation also, and these sentences are also verified by some ISL experts of Punjab. In 2023, public have developed a system which successfully translate Marathi sentences into Indian Sign Language using synthetic animation, and these are also verified by some ISL expert. In 2022, Afsowala also developed a translation system which translates the sentence to Indian Sign Language. In the system also we use synthetic animation. So this is the architecture of our system that we have developed. Firstly, user input Punjabi text, and after that Indian Sign Language of Punjabi grammar apply on that text. After applying grammar rule, sir, am I audible? Hello? Shall I continue, sir? Are you audible?
Gurdeep, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. After that, Punjabi PF Stagger applied on this sentence, and stemming word of the immediate tense are found using stemmer, and we have applied eliminate unwanted words that are not used in the Punjabi Indian Sign Language grammar, and we have applied a multi-word expression on the needed word, and translation literation data will also apply there. For example, if I input Gurdeep school janda hai, in Hindi I can say Gurdeep school jata hai, then we have a translate Punjabi name the entity like Gurdeep. Translated into Punjabi to English, so that we can synthetic animation for G, U, R, T, E, E, P. And for school we have a sign. For those we have also a sign. At the end we have a dictionary, or which are the parallel database for PhD to ISL parallel database, and after that for each word we find the animation signal file for each word. After that signal notation for find for each word, and then animation avatar animate the needed sign. This is the implementation of Indian Sign Language grammar rule for Punjabi text. So basically this system treats Punjabi text as an input. After applying ISL grammar rules, the output is returned to the user. So we are continually working on the grammar rule. In Punjab, it is very difficult to explore the ISL grammar rule for Punjabi language because in Punjab there is a lack of interpreter and hearing impaired individual who know the Punjabi language as well as is also expert in Indian Sign Language. So in our system, we have implemented 20 Indian Sign Language grammar rules for Punjabi text, and these rules have been extracted from 2000 Punjabi sentences with the help of ISL interpreter and teacher from different schools of Punjab, and also one of my favorite schools is Deaf School Sagdipur Patiala. So this is the view of our developed system in which we have input Punjabi text, and after applying Punjabi Indian Sign Language grammar rule, we can get the output. For example, in this view you can see we have input to see kithe rehndi ho. The output will be to see rehndi kithe, because in Indian Sign Language question word always at the end of the sentence. In this kithe word, kithe means where, and the where in output sentence we have see that the where word at the end of this output. So output is to see rehndi kithe. This is the another module that we have integrated in our system. Developing a translation system for Punjabi to English will require a bilingual dictionary. In the first phase, we have developed a dictionary with 774 words. In the second and third phase, we have added 1026 and 1510 words respectively. And we are continually working on our dictionary. At this point, we have only 3,310 words in our dictionary. Basically, these words are divided into different categories according to the material and according to the normal days as we so this is the view of dictionary that we have developed. User can click on any button like this is the meaning of glass, gold, steel. We click on any category, the sign, this is the avatar, and for this word, this avatar find for this word, and you will click on any word. This is the also one of the view of tab that we have developed in the system. We will input Punjabi text in the input area, and we will get the sound for this sentence by this avatar. This is the another tool that we have added in our system for developing for translating a Punjabi text in Indian Sign Language. First is standard, that second one is POS tag. This is the linguistic tool named as standard and part of speech. This is the crucial component in our translation process. These tools have been effectively integrated in our system as demonstrated, as you can demonstrate in figure 4 and 6. The panel underwent rigorous testing with a data set of 1,000 words, and we have achieved accommodable accuracy of 98.66%. This integration enhances our system capability to handle complex linguistic tasks with high efficiency. So this is the view of the standard that we have added in our system. We can put Punjabi text as an input. After applying standard on this input, we will get the output. to study, we will get the output. This is the accuracy graph of the stammer. We have input 100, testing this stammer with 1000 words, and we will get the accuracy of 98.96, 6.6. And this is the model translation that we have developed in English text to English transliteration. So, for the named entity, we have transliterate into English. This transliteration we have been successfully integrated in our system, as you can see in the figure 4. The system effectively translates every named entity into English. We evaluate using corpus of 500 unique named entity, and our module achieves this accuracy of 79.10%. As you, in this figure you can see we will input Punjabi text as an input, and after transliterate into English we will get the output. This is the accuracy graph of infiltration. Hello? Hello? And these are the results that we have. Sorry, sir, I'm not. Hello? 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 Okay, thank you. So these are the results that we have. This slide presents the results of our automatic translation system for text to English language. Tested with 1,000 simple sentences and 5,000 complex and complex sentences. So basically we have used evaluation methods which were rated by the deaf student ISL squad rating star of 1 to 5, and accuracy calculated at percentage based on the average rating. For simple sentences, we have get the accuracy of get the rating of 4.0 from the 5, and accuracy is 80%. And for complex and compound sentences, we get the rating of 3.5 from 5 star, and we have get the accuracy of 70%. For simple sentences, we have achieved higher accuracy due to a straightforward grammatical structure and unique linguistic variation. For complex compound sentences, we have lower accuracy due to handling sentence structure like clause, conjunction, and linguistic nuances. So, we are pleased to that our invention has been officially published in Indian Patent Grant Success System in 2024. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurdeep. It was a very good presentation. And
yes,
now, yeah, can we take some questions? Audience.
Yes, sir, you can take, sir.
Yeah. Any questions? All right. Gurdeep, I have an observation, in fact, two observations. The first observation I have is regarding the first statements you made regarding sign language as a mother tongue. I disagree with you on that. Sign language is not the mother tongue of any individual. The reason is very simple. Child is born with sign language, number one. Two, till the age of 6 months, please listen to me. Please listen to me. Till the age of 6 months, the child speaks or behaves almost like a verbally speaking child. Only at the age when children start babbling, the sign language users will start using signs and their speech will disappear. That means till that age they also undergo the cooing and gooing stage. And it is not necessary that the child is deaf and mute will have mother also or father also as deaf and mute. It's not necessary. So they are not born to mute population. So it would not be appropriate to say sign language as mother tongue. It can be their first language. That's one thing.
I verify the statement, sir.
Okay.
I verify, sir.
All right. And the second thing I would tell you is about the model you showed. It's very interesting. Very interesting. See.
Sir, this is a rule based model, sir. क्योंकि हमारे पंजाब में पहले ये वो ही नहीं है. So this is a rule based model.
Okay, fine. I mean, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. What I'm telling you is verbal language to sign language display made. We all felt very impressed. But sign language to verbal language, if that could also be paired, it would look more comprehensive, more complete. That's all I want to say.
Please, sir,
Gurdeep, your voice is breaking. Gurdeep, your voice is breaking. We are not able to hear fully, but yeah, we are able to converse with you. Maybe the organizers will give us that opportunity. Can we conclude now? All right. So it's my pleasure to present some concluding remarks. We had two very interesting papers. The first one was by engineer Shraddha Bhatt, and she discussed about the Gurdeep. Yeah, can you mute yourself for a while? I think not able to hear us, Gurdeep. Yeah. So first paper we had was from engineer Shraddha Bhatt, who discussed about the intricacies involved in policy devising for AI. It was not just the AI, it was also talking about what policies should be made. We are in a very nascent stage. We are moving so fast that very quickly we also need to have our policies. Yes, Gurdeep, go ahead. Gurdeep, you want to say something? Yes, Gurdeep. All right, Gurdeep, please let me speak then. There is something missing in between. We are into communication and miscommunication. All right. So the second paper was by Gurdeep Singh, who very interestingly brought to discussion the issues related to verbal language into language, and he took example from Punjabi. The observations are very, very interesting. Hope we feel benefited by both presenters. They brought to discussion some very interesting points, and I hope we will carry forward the discussion in other leisure time also and try to learn from presenters. I found both of them very, very interesting. They discussed about certain do's and don'ts. We should take them into our future endeavors whenever we work in these areas. Thank you so much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, and I think we can move on to the valedictory session, preparation of the valedictory session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us and chairing this session. And I also thank paper presenters on this occasion. And we'll move to the next session, that is valedictory. It will be started within few minutes.
As we reach the conclusion of the Unleashing Today AI Benchmarking Conference, we take a moment to reflect on the insightful discussions, valuable knowledge, and meaningful connections we have fostered so far. This event has been a journey of learning with engaging sessions led by esteemed presenters, analysts, distinguished dignitaries who have generously shared their expertise. For this valedictory program, it's my privilege to invite Professor Shailendra Mohan, Director, CIIL, and along with Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, the convener of this conference, and Professor N. Daivasundari, also to grace the valedictory session. Sir, please come on the stage and grace your presence. As the dignitaries sit, so may I now invite our esteemed colleague, Dr. S. Rajita, to present a comprehensive summary of the conference.
Good evening. The Linguistics Data Consortium for Indian Languages conducted today the AI Benchmarking Conference on 20 and 21st March 2025. The conference addressed the critical challenges in evaluating AI and generative AI application for Indian languages. It brings together leading experts, researchers, and industry stakeholders, establish benchmarks, develop evaluation metrics, and explore innovative solutions for language technologies. The inaugural session of the conference began with an invocation by Sri Chetan Bhaji. The conference was inaugurated with a lamp lighting ceremony led by Professor N. Deivasundaram, former professor at University of Madras, along with other dignitaries. Dr. Narayan Chaudhary, officer in charge, LDCIL, welcomed the guests and participants and emphasized the urgent need for benchmarking AI systems in India. Professor Umarani Papuswamy, Professor cum Deputy Director CIIL, introduced the conference theme. The inaugural address was delivered by Professor N. Devasundara. The general remarks delivered by Professor P.R. Dharmesh Fernandes, Professor cum Deputy Director CIIL. The key highlight of the conference was the release of 15 datasets developed by LDCIL and is introduced by Rajita. These datasets were released by Professor Shailendra Mohan, Director CIIL, and other dignitaries. It is a significant milestone for LDCIL. Dr. Narayan Chaudhary launched several AI and non-AI applications designed to serve Indian languages. The presidential address delivered by Professor Shailendra Mohan. The inaugural session concluded with a vote of thanks by Sri Amom Nandaraj Meedai. The conference has two plenary talks. First one is Project Vani, Capturing the Language for an Inclusive Digital India by Dr. Prashant Ghosh from IISc Bangalore, and the next is a plagiarism detection tool for Indian languages by Dr. Jidesh Ubreja from Punjab University, Patiala. A panel discussion on methods of objective and third-party benchmarking of public use AI tools in Indian languages was held by the panelists Ms. Pragya Mishra from OpenAI, Mr. Meg Umekar from Google, Dr. Ashish Anand Kulkarni from Ola Kratrim, and Dr. Aditya Maheshri from IIM Indore. The panel discussion began with Dr. Narayan Chowdhury introducing LLMs and emphasizing the need of AI benchmarking. He demonstrated the AI eval system of LDCIL that can evaluate machine translation and ASR systems. Pragya highlighted the drawbacks of AI, open AI models, and suggested ways to improve them. Dr. Aditya described an overview of BharatGen. He elaborated on building LLMs through foundational models and developing an evaluation framework. Meg pointed out how models can manipulate evaluation systems. Ashish emphasized the importance of benchmarking. The panel discussion concluded with several recommendations. They emphasized that benchmarking practices for AI systems, especially LLMs, should prioritize the need and expectations of end users rather than being viewed from the developer's perspective. It was noted that use cases must be well defined and integrated into the AI ecosystem for meaningful evaluation. The panel also emphasized the importance of domain specificity and standardization of evaluation prompts. Consistent and standardized prompts across different languages and domains are essential to ensure impartiality and comparability in evaluations. As a government body, LDCIL has a critical role to play in establishing clear guidelines for raters who assess LLM performance. The panel highlighted that currently various data sets used for evaluations are fragmented, and there is an urgent need to aggregate these data sets to create a comprehensive resource for more robust and reliable benchmarking. The conference concluded the presentation of 15 research papers contributing valuable insights and findings, and a cultural program was organized at the end of the inaugural day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajita, for your comprehensive summary, very precisely and very understandably also. And we could reach this information to our heart. And sir, with your kind permission, esteemed dignitary on the dais, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed colleague, Mr. Ramesh Patel from SPPEL, CIIL, for his dedicated efforts in capturing the essence of this event through his continuing camera work. Inadvertently, I missed mentioning his name during my vote of thanks that took place yesterday. So, I sincerely regret the overnight. Let's all acknowledge his invaluable contribution with a warm round of applause, please. With all this, there are certificates with us, and I would like you to distribute, and I will distribute these 2 pieces and among the 3 dignitaries on the dais. So I would call upon one by one. Tina Burma, research scholar, the English and Foreign Language, University Hyderabad. Please come and receive your certificate. Yeah, next, Kaveri Anuranjana, research scholar, IIT Hyderabad. Sradhara Bhat, industry expert. Yes. Next is Alvin Avransis, Assistant Professor, University of Goa. Joel Luis, student, University of Goa. Maredi Sri Hachita, student, Triple IT, Hyderabad. Lastly, Sri Hita, student, International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. So this was our token of love and respect and felicitations from our end. And now I would like to invite the participants and other esteemed professors, panelists to share your ideas and your interests, your feedbacks, and because your feedback will mean the world to us. Please, any one of you, come forward and give your perspectives for the last 2 days program.
So, we are coming towards the end of this conference. I hope you had an energizing session and something new to hear about. I'm pretty sure for many of you it has been new. For me also it is a new thing, even for the LLMs and how do we use it, the prompts and other things. I have come to know of it recently in last maybe 1 year or something like that. Prior to that, it was something like just simply asking some kind of a chat bot kind of a thing. So it is not just chat bot. We are going into GPT. So chat bot and chat GPT are two different things. And when we call about the GPTs, that is a new thing where we see something that is very promising. So we would like to see your feedback on how do you see this conference and how further do you think that you can contribute to this, or where CIIL should do something more to keep it ongoing, keep the interest on, and promote the language promotion thing that we have as our mandate. So all to you, all the audiences. Anyone please raise your hand and say something. Yes. Shraddhara. Shraddhara is working with the Ola Kritrim, right? She was she worked as an annotator with the Ola for Gujarati, and you have worked on this prompt generation or what?
Yeah, with Krutrim I was working for prompt and response generation, and finally I left after evaluation of so many sets. And that's why I came to know about benchmarking and how to do it. So my suggestion तो मैं इतने बड़े लोगों को क्या दूंगी, लेकिन it is my point of view, we should arrange such conferences to different part of our countries. Like I am staying at Jaipur, so there are no such centers who will escalate such issues for preservation of our vocabularies and dialectal variation preservations, etc. So if it is possible for CIIL to do something and to take some initiative towards that, it would be appreciable.
Yes, yes, that is good. So prompt generation is something that we are also thinking of. Maybe the next set of data that is going to come up, either through the initiatives of Bharat Gen or even within CIIL or LCIL, that is what is going to come, and that would give us the what do you say, impetus to create content using Gen AI. Otherwise, we would not be able to do that. So that is good, and I believe your experience would also count. So keep an eye on what CIL is doing. Keep on looking at the opportunities that maybe CIL may throw. Whenever we begin something, we do it on multiple languages together. So your expertise would also be of great help. Yes.
And particularly for Gujarati, because there are some scarcities found in audio and text data as well. वीडियो तो बहुत दूर की बात है, मतलब बचपन में हमने कभी गुजराती सिनेमास देखी थी, एंड आफ्टर माय 10th और 11th आई एम नॉट रिमेम्बरिंग एनी गुजराती मूवी वॉज देयर, एनी गुजराती कल्चरल प्रोग्राम्स वेर देयर, एंड इवन इन इंटरनेट ऑल्सो we can't find such data for training the models. So I would like to be a part for such a data creation, data set creation and collecting the data. That will be my initiative.
Sure. No, that is a good feedback we have got. Anyone else? Yes.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Here I am Dr. R. Suresha, Sanskrit faculty from Mysore University. I have been associated with the AI for Bharat as a Sanskrit consultant, and in the previous also I have worked here as a Bharatvani in the Bharatvani project. My only point here is as a non-technical person from language perspective, it would be great if we could contribute and work with CIL in any possible way. That is one thing. And second, if there is any opportunity to associate with CIL in any form, we would be very glad and fortunate in developing and contributing.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And the arrangements and everything was very excellent with the cooperation of all the organizers and the visionary planners like all the elders like you and others. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Suresha also wanted to present his paper on Sanskrit, but he came in the last moment. So we asked him not to do it. But we are sure we will have you to hear you next time.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so anyone else amongst the participants? Amongst the CIL people, did you get to hear anything new, or you got the impetus to do something new? Anything new to learn? Did you learn anything new? Anyone who wants to say something? They got excited, okay, I have got something new and I'm trying it out. Did you try it? अरे कोई नहीं बोल रहा है भाई, कोई तो कुछ बोलो. हाँ? No one wants to say anything? You have already said, huh?
Sir, we found some issues when we were working in the field for data collection. So how to promote this program to the people so they can be attracted to give their voice or something?
The only way that CIL does is to give them some incentive. Probably.
No, after giving incentive also, people sometimes deny to give their voice because of voice cloning, etc.
But for that you cannot do. You can only train them, tell them, and you need to have the informed consent. That is the usual practice of this. This is all research work. So in research work, only after you give you get an informed consent, you can take anything from them. Otherwise, they'll not give you, and you should also not try it.
Yeah.
There are language communities in India where if you go and try to collect the data, they will attack you. There has been similar incidents even here at CIIL. One of our officers, he is retired, he is no more with us. He went to some field work. आपको पता है? Kafo. He went to one field work in Northeast. He collected data from one language and published a book. Later on, some community members got to know that he has done, and he was attacked. Why did you publish a book on our language? Now, their language is a secret. They don't want to say it to others. They may tell you the name of the language, but they'll not tell you how they speak it, because they think that no, this is our secret, that may be our secret. I don't want to share it with the world.
This is the main cause of scarcity of data.
No, this is just one. This is just one. There could be others also. For Indian language, there are multiple other factors also.
Yeah.
So those things should also be there. So whenever we want to do, we are doing promotion. But promotion does not mean that if the community is opposing you, so you should still do it. No, you should not do that. There are secret languages. They would not want you to, like say for example, when two spies talk to each other, they have a secret language. They don't want you to know that language, right? So that would be there. Okay. So anyone else who wants to say something? Okay, great then. So, yeah. You have to little to say. Okay, come over.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's about the PCP projects and some of the project managers who could reach more than 10 mother tongues in their completion of the task. So, to mention, as Dr. Rajita gave me the names, so Amom has done up to 21 mother tongues in his completion of the work out of his corpus, and Umesh 12 he could reach, and Premila 12, Awasti 12, Kamaras 10, and less than 10 she is not giving the names. So could I see the faces? Could you kindly stand up to show yourself in front of this august audience? Yeah, give a big round of applause. Thank you. I was expecting Rajesh sir to say something regarding the feedback, as I was demanding actually from the technical point of view. Since we are from the academic side, what we could understand from this panel session after the dinner, no, I got little idea whether it was really right or wrong, but I don't know. But I blindly joined to this from the academic point of view. But after hearing some of the, discussion, so actually we are supposed to do something in the name of prompt. We have to make some sort of prompt, and we could make some sort of question bank, so that we could see the AI some benchmarking sort of thing actually. Ingesting a kinds of linguistic and non-linguistic features across all the domains. That is what I could see. So we are quite ready actually to contribute our questions and answers based on certain domains. That is what I could see, not from a technical point of view, but I was expecting something from our technical side. If there is no other comments and suggestions, I hope, sir, you only can declare that this validity session can be closed for you.
Respected Director, the head of the LDC unit and his colleagues, the various research persons coming from various parts of India. Indeed, I am thankful to the director and the LDC unit head Narayan Chaudhary for having given me this opportunity to participate in this conference, AA conference, really. And also I am very much impressed with the data set they released. Because from the beginning actually I am in touch with this unit. I know how much difficulties they faced to develop this data set. More than 15 years I think. More than 15 years they have been in this field. Various persons from various states were learning various languages. So they are involved in the development of data set. So that is why I am very happy to see the function in which it is released, actually very well. And also I am basically a linguist actually. So after the use of this AI field, some people thinking that is linguistics has no role at all in this AI. But again I am telling the linguists, they are very much essential to develop, to enrich the LLM of any tool. Yes, I am working with ChatGPT and Gemini, everything. So to fine tune, they have already pre-trained the LLMs for our own task actually. Linguistics is very much essential. Linguistic knowledge is very much essential. That is why I am very happy to say the Linguistic Data Consortium. So even now, in future also, the linguistics has a much important vital role in the development of AI, because this is the field of actually linguistics, because language model is related to linguistics. So, and also I am very much benefited by the various papers presented here and the discussions. I came to know many new things from this conference, because recently I started to work on fine-tuning Llama for Tamil actually. So the discussions, various papers actually I am much benefited. So for all these things actually I am thankful to the CIIL director and his LDC head Mr. Narayan Chaudhary and his colleagues and other resource persons. Again, once upon, I express my sincere thanks to you all. Thank you.
Elugo Namaskar. I hope that this AI benchmarking conference could be one of the milestone that the Central Institute of Indian Languages will start doing it in future as well. Because once we see the civilization journey of these humans, technology has always played an important role, whether at initial stages of prehistory or prehistory, till just 20-30 years back, we were talking about something called artificial intelligence. Though maybe the computational way of looking at realities were different, now the situation has come in where HI and AI as a words have started using it. Tomorrow there could be a possibility where AI could dominate even the HI. So we see that the progression of this civilization is going in such a way, and it is our duty and task that we should be in a position to align with the development that is going on with AI and HI, human. Now we are making a comparison that whether AI is good or HI is good. Tomorrow AI definitely will be in a position to deliver most of the problems that what we thought that may not be possible will be definitely be possible by some years. So LDCI, keep your work the way you all are developing in such a way that we align with the AI and other sectors. And regarding Madam's question that those vocabularies and dictionaries and other, Bharatvani already is working on those. We just need to integrate with the Bharatvani, so that we are planning for some kind of a Bahubhasha course, that all languages, some kind of a dialectal variations could possibly become on online systems, where you can search with one word and then automatically the things can come. So technological development definitely is a very necessary and essential now, because that eases human effort. Earlier when we were saying human intelligence, so one human was doing a particular kind of a job. Now the technology is assisting you to make all those large set of data into a very small one. So I think the technology can only provide answer to most of the solution. The thing that we couldn't see in 50 years of our journey of CIIL, individual was working, then making a dictionary, then making a this. Now these things can be done in a very prompt way. Whatever prompt may be a different kind of a word, this very easily can be done. So I think we need to integrate everywhere the technology, and we need to upgrade ourselves in such a way that technology can come and solve our problem. I am a field linguist, and I was working, I think I even worked in Andaman and Nicobar Islands as well as in different parts. But I never found that people in India have problem with these cloning and other things. Just a 5 minutes hitch they have a problem. After that, Indians are always very talkative in their nature. So they will give you a good amount of data. If you have a problem, that how to handle that data. Well, Indians perhaps, whatever my experiences are, but there may be 1-2 cases somewhere where we do find that there are problems in collection of data. But otherwise, India is full of, they never ask you that who are you and why do you want the data. They will come, you ask him that हमको ये है कहानी सुना दीजिए, they will give you that and number of them. Maybe tomorrow that this kind of a thing will definitely give us impetus. And I hope these 2 days seminar and LDCIL will come up with more data sets so that the process that we all are looking into AI, solving our problems of whatever we think that we as a humans we can't do it, technology can solve, may be in a position from now on 20-25 years, there are many solutions that will come by these things. So we need to invest in technology so that we can progress much further. And thank you very much for your support, and especially I see young people attending this conference. So obviously the role lies on these young people who will take forward this technological legacy to the greater heights, and I hope all the best for your future journeys on the human interaction, human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
So with this we conclude this 2-day conference, and let's hope that we will do better in the coming days and for the promotion of the Indian languages. Thank you. Yes, shall we go for national anthem? Huh? Okay, we'll conclude this with the national anthem. So everybody please stand. Can we play?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you.